My patience lately is just running out. I don't know why, but it keeps happening. Uh, I didn't sleep all that great today. For some reason, even though it's been literal years, my acid reflux was acting up. I guess it's the perfect day to do the thing. It's time to scream into the void. Don't wanna be too loud. That would be annoying. And I wouldn't want to be annoying, would I? Do I do anything else? I don't think so. I'm tired of being right all the time. Doesn't pay off. I'm not right about things that benefit me, okay? I don't like it. Can we get some music? Only 90 minutes? I don't know. I feel like I have way more stuff than usual. We may need to go overtime if my throat allows me. I also need to get my ass to edit a bunch of stuff too, so I need to find a balance today. Oh my god, that's a lot of 2 hours, sure. Nostalgic and chill Pokemon music playlist to get to work. Surely this won't break, right? Oh boy. It's all the time. Okay, here we go. From the beginning, will this work or will this break? I'm betting on break. Because it happens all the time, I don't know why. But it keeps happening. And now you might be thinking, okay, but why are you complaining about stuff? Why are you right all the time? Well, I'm always right, but not like in Twitch. So let's talk about Twitch for a little bit. It's becoming a common topic. I don't know how to feel about that. Also, hold up. Ow. My left ear's a little bit scuffed. I guess it makes sense. Where's my browser? I think it's this one. It is this one. Oh, lo and behold, I don't want to see this creature too much if I can avoid it. But why is there a singing diaper for on the Twitch front page right now? This was like... I wanted to say 2-3 days ago, I think it was more than that. This is like October 15th, I have no idea. This happened this week. This is clearly a fetish, okay? Made no mistake about it. Also, let me... There we go. Just in case. This thing obvious fetish. This is fetish stuff. And I've seen a lot of gaslighting going around. When Tecton, for example, was complaining about this, because of course he will. It makes sense. Why is this on the front page? Some people were saying, that's your fault. Because the front page is just your algorithm. A blatant lie, by the way. You apply to be on the front page. That thing at the top of the site, the video carousel, yeah, that's not the algorithm. And I don't know too much about being there myself, but I watched people that were there. It is my understanding that you need to apply, and they give you a day, and I'm pretty sure it's an 8-hour time slot. On top of that, you need to be extremely nice, nothing spicy at all. So you can play suspicious stuff, even though it will be legal according to Twitch TOS, and you can talk about specific topics. Then again, they allow this, and I think it was here, yeah, this fella here, Night vtuber EN, mentioned in Twitch CO, looks like he's a furry himself, to be honest. So I'm not shocked. Well, he's a gooner, so it wouldn't be surprising. Bring out the surprise Pikachu, fellas. Make of that what you will. I think it's pretty obvious. From something I've seen, people have been saying that apparently this individual was completely destroyed mentally by the curve. Appeared to be somewhat more normal before 2020, and then everything changed when the China nation attacked, I suppose. Thankfully, this creature was banned for like a day. So, it was not really a ban. It was just massive reports. That's what you get, a one-day ban. This thing was also banned from Twitter, so I couldn't check if this was real or not. It seems extremely believable, no matter what you do. And then I stumbled upon another tweet that I found quite interesting. Quoting a tweet from October 7th, 2024. Everything happens during October 7th, I suppose. I don't know what's going on. Looking back at the established rules Twitch made for VTubers, I realized these rules are only directed to VTubers with anime models and not furries. Is this true and real? I actually have no clue. I didn't open this tweet because I'm stupid. It's from one of the last changes they made to TOS about treating the avatars as if they were actual people. We all know what they mean when they say actual people. Right? Which is also really, really strange, because it doesn't really make any sense that these rules only apply if you have a model. But they don't apply if you're playing VR chat. And I understand that, sure, it's a living, breathing open world. But then again, you could just be playing VR chat with a raunchier model, and that is within the TOS, which makes no sense. Let's read this. Let me open this up. There we go. Still right, yeah. I'm not that blind. Enforcement notes and clarifications. Content warning. Depicting fictional anime characters of a childlike appearance. Lolly/Shota. Specific character types. They don't mean an age. Childlike appearance. With any kind of sexual framing is not allowed. This applies to VTubers within games where avatars are uploaded, such as VR chat. Surprising there's this caveat. With childlike avatars, even if the broadcaster and operator of the avatar is above the age of 18. Which to me seems a little bit strange. That you don't have to be 18 plus to be streaming on the site. Any humor regarding anything sexual in relation to minors will result in immediate action on your account. Lomao. And the entire policy applies to VTubers, in the same way it applies to other streamers. VTubers, and as we've seen here, VTuber tag. Curiously, I don't see a VTuber tag on Twitch, only furry and cartoon. Maybe on purpose. Genitalia buttocks, hips, female presented nipples. Yeah, I forgot that this is Twitch and they're extremely gay. And underbars must be covered at all times on general streams. These guidelines apply to VTuber models but not VTubing characters, including those uploaded into games such as VR chat, what I mentioned before. Hip coverage is often forgotten in this rule. Please be sure that your VTuber model covers this area. That would never be a problem for me. But then again, this creature was allowed. I think it's still allowed, so it's kinda funny. I'm short and apparently revealing. Twitch hates me. I've seen also recently, it doesn't really have anything to do with this, but I think it's extremely ironic, speaking of. I've seen a really strange crusade about flat VTubers. Might be flat in and out of the dimension, if you know what I mean. There's nothing wrong with that. Implying otherwise is absolute insanity. You're appealing to pedophiles. God forbid a woman doesn't have big tits. Come on, I do like them big. But at the same time, what are we talking here? Right, what are we doing here? Come on now. Do not be ridiculous. Insane. Truly insane. But there's more. Because October, oh boy, the lack of sleep is showing. Of course, the October 7th never ends. Here we have another clip. This has resurfaced. I think this has to be old, right? Because it's a Christmas time stream. It's October after all. Now let me stop my music for a second. We have some videos anyway, so it's probably fine. God, my back hurts so much today. It's really bad. So we have here from it. Best Friend Cake did some investigative work and found a sus-looking controller-type device on his deck from a Christmas time stream.
Wide shot.
Okay, I'm gonna turn this back off.
Boom.
It's right there, just below the UI, which is a little bit annoying.
Yes, again.
And
Hi, Jack.
let's move that out of the frame, just in case. That'd be nasty if people saw that.
No.
Think about going outside.
Last but not least, thank you all for joining us on this wonderful Christmas.
Wide shot.
Wonderful, wonderful Christmas. A white Christmas full of lightning. Here we have from Ben Shapiro's Biceps. Interesting name, to be honest. Aston Piker 100% uses a shock collar on his dog Kaya. Screenshots from his Christmas stream where it was briefly in view until he moved it under the monitor. And as you can see, possibly even the same controllers as the alleged same shock collar, which is hilarious. This man has been crashing out since October 10th. It is insane. Now you have this creature, this insane liar, because this guy just cannot stop lying. But the dog didn't have a collar during that stream back in October 7th. Dude, I'm not blind. You can clearly see it. I showed it last week? Yeah, it was last week. I showed that the dog clearly had a collar. If the dog didn't have a collar, why did you show a tempered shock collar the next day? It doesn't make any sense. It's insanity. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Why would you have to lie so much? I know why. But why did you expect me to believe it? I'm not blind, dude. I do have eyes, and they work most of the time. Might be blind sometimes, okay? Don't blame me. We've also seen Sasha Grey batting for this guy. Also issuing DMCA takedowns on her Twitch clips, showing what she was saying about the situation. And I'm like, are we really gonna put any trust into what a porn star says? No. Clearly, they don't make the best life choices. From taking it in the ass to batting for Hassan Piker. Somehow, that's a downgrade. Truly insane. And there was also another clip from, I think it was yesterday. It was like about 3 minutes. I didn't even want to bother with this guy. I just don't care anymore. We're just complaining about literally everything. I hate liberals, I hate leftists, I hate my viewers. The people that are howling at me are not random viewers. They have been subscribed for 40 months. And they keep howling at me. What the fuck did you expect, you stupid fucking idiot? Don't you think you should self-reflect, perhaps, just a little bit, when your long-time viewers are calling you out? It's not random people, it's your viewer base, because you're a fucking lunatic that cannot control the fucking dog without the shock collar. What is going on here? He said he was blackpilling. He was thinking about quitting streams. Holy shit! I wish that would happen. That will never happen. And of course, people were mentioning How is it possible that this keeps happening? How is it possible that this guy can do whatever he wants and never get banned? How is it possible that we can get creatures like this and just get a single day ban? Where are we gonna get justice? We're only gonna get justice when you get the government involved in this. It shouldn't be this way. But this is the point we are at. And this takes me to the big fucking thing that happened yesterday. Don't say I didn't call it because I did. Not because Tecton mentioned that, not because Asmongold mentioned that, because it was really obvious. Of course it was going to happen. I know I don't have the music, but I have a couple more clips, so that's why. Fuck Twitch, shut down TwitchCon. I told everyone something horrible was going to happen, and it happened day one. Unsurprisingly, what happened on day one? Is this a clip? It is. Some freak just assaulted Emiru at TwitchCon. First day of the con, by the way. This behavior is fucking disgusting. I'm amazed that she still came back to finish the meet and greet line. Honestly, she deserves the utmost respect. This has to stop. And we have some interesting memes going on. Can't figure out the connection. It's a short clip. I don't know if I can show it. I think it's probably fine. It's not even graphic or anything like that. Nothing absolutely insane happens. Thankfully. So we have here a massive soy boy participating in the meet and greet. And this random guy just comes here. And that's the security. Being late and being absolutely useless, by the way. Some people mentioned that this guy also had like a knife with his gesture here. He appears to have something. Some people mentioned, oh, this is obviously a switchblade. Somebody said, no, that was a bang that he took from Emiru. I have no idea. I have no idea. But if this guy managed to do this, imagine if he had a knife and wanted to kill her. She would probably be dead. She would be probably dead. Because Twitch is just incompetent. And there's nothing you can do about it. And we've been talking about this for weeks. Because there has been a lot of narrative about this for weeks. And we had Dan Clancy, oh, don't worry guys. We have increased security. Where the fuck is the security? You stupid useless CEO. Nowhere to be seen. And if you think this is bad, I have more news for you. It's even more stupid than it looks. Because we have Twitch's official statement following the Emiru assault. I haven't read this. I only expect damage control, as you might expect. From Twitch, 3 hours ago since the screenshot. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. Remember this line, it's gonna be on the exam because this is a massive fucking lie. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday, involving a high-profile streamer. High-profile, it was not a random. I'm pretty positive she's one of the biggest streamers, female streamers on the platform, biggest streamers in general, I do believe. Was completely unacceptable and deeply upsetting. Whose fault it is? Yours. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement and even security were on site and responded to the incident. Laughable. We just saw the clip. We immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises, and they are banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. And that's it. This person is free. Not even a police report. Even though what we've seen could pretty much constitute assault, potentially sexual assault. You can see what happens, but I do believe the guy was going for a kiss, and the guy was probably copying a feel too. We are coordinating with the impacted creators team and per standard protocols continue to cooperate with any law enforcement investigations. You creatures are so extremely useless. It is insane to me you haven't been sued into oblivion, because everything that happens with Twitch is just sheer insanity, sheer incompetence, and for some reason it is allowed, even when we're seeing time and time again literal criminal behavior endorsed by this fucking hell site. There's more. We have increased security at the meet and greet and the checking point, and we'll have additional security personnel surrounding participating streamers. If you've RSVP'd for a meet and greet, I don't know what that means. I'm assuming applied. Please note that we are unable to accommodate +1s for the remainder of the event. Twitch has zero tolerance for harassment or acts that inhibit the safety and security for our community. What the fuck is your community at this point? What is your community? I just don't understand. Shouldn't ever one of your biggest streamers, I don't think she's spicy in any way, shape, or form. Especially not ideology-wise. And you treat her this way. What are you talking about? Is your community this fucking creeps? I guess so. I guess I have to believe that. It's really important to us that our creators enjoy their experience at TwitchCon and feel safe. We regret that their experience was disrupted by this horrible incident. Lies. Every single year, something extremely stupid happens. From that chick that almost broke her back and had a miscarriage, to constant roofing female streamers, to now this fucking stupid clown show. And once again, what fucking security? When you have just a random guy walking in and grabbing her. No fucking security. Of course you have here Captain Lard coming late, pushing this guy out, and that's it. Wow, so much for security. So much for security. And then you might be thinking, won't this be fixed? Even though it shouldn't have to be that way. Shouldn't this be fixed? If she had her own security. Well, yes, but that's not allowed. This from an older clip. I don't know where this is from. I'm assuming it's somewhat recent, given the context. Erin talked recently about Twitch banning her favorite security guard from TwitchCon. I had a security guard 2 years ago, and there was a guy following me around this TwitchCon. He asked him to stop, so he brought the guy, but didn't hurt him. Permaban from venue.
I don't think that's true. Okay, maybe I should
It's really low. I cannot crank this further. I'm sorry.
talk about this. Whatever. Who cares? I had a security guard 2 years ago where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon, and he like asked him to stop multiple times. My guard asked him, and the guy wouldn't stop. So he grabbed the guy, but he didn't like hurt him. He was just holding the guy until like the con security came. And then for some reason they're like, yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's like permabanned from the venue forever.
Because your security guard touched him, he's permabanned. Wow. Absolutely useless.
But he didn't even hit him or anything. He just like held him while they waited for like the police to come. And
What the fuck?
And it was like my favorite security guard. I can't have him at TwitchCon anymore.
Wow, I guess this was foreshadowing after all. Sorry to hear that.
I was just
That's
like,
fucked.
okay, like it was so sad because he did like everything.
He did like everything. That's funny. That's really funny. And if that's not enough for you, let's have this clip here. Ember was required to do a meet and greet at TwitchCon, I suppose. In order to keep her TwitchCon show, I kept my meet and greet because I wanted to keep my show. So she was required to do this. So this was a disaster waiting to happen. Congratulations, Twitch. Congratulations. I cannot wait for that hearing in the Congress. It's gonna be absolutely beautiful. It's time to stop, guys. Years ago, it was time to stop already. Now it's too late, but we haven't stopped. So we're at this point in time.
So I had to cancel my meet and greet because of the stuff, but in order to, I can't cancel my meet and greet and not cancel her show because of the fact that the reason I cancel my meet and greet is I don't want to be in the same place for 2 hours because of people being weird.
Okay.
And then I'm under contract with them, so I can't cancel one and not cancel the other.
Interesting. Oh.
So I'm sorry,
I kept my meet
Emmy.
and greet because I wanted to keep my show. Surely it'll be
I'm
fine.
sorry, Emmy.
I'm sure everyone will be nice.
So I had to.
Wait, hold up. Did you?
Surely it'll be
I'm
fine.
sorry.
Surely it will be fine. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself that. Because no, it's not. It's never fine. It never is. Absolutely hilarious. And it keeps happening. Wow. Shocking. I mean, given their lack of moderation inside, are we surprised this is happening during TwitchCon? Now, if anything, I'm surprised nothing worse happened yet. Made no mistake about it. Have some more tweets here with people waiting in. You have Asmongold for obvious reasons. I think this will be, or should be, the last year of TwitchCon. Once again, I don't understand the point. It's always a bunch of trouble. And I understand I'm really practical, I'm really pragmatic about this. If you're a streamer, even if you're a big streamer, people keep mentioning, oh, but networking and all that, right? Sure, I get it, I understand that. But at the same time, why would you put your ass in San Diego of all places? It makes no sense to me. I've never been there. I don't want to be there, okay? I'd rather not. Streaming as a profession, as a hobby, it's an indoors activity. I don't get it. You can be streaming from literally anywhere. You could be right now inside a base on the moon. Just like the Nazis were back in the day, I suppose. Streaming from there, we wouldn't know. Because nobody cares about your location. Because that's never been the point. This is streaming wanted to be Hollywood. Streaming is not Hollywood. I guess that explains the propaganda machine behind some people, right? I've also seen recently, oh, look at these guys, they're being paid by Israel to tweet $7,000 for this guy. I don't know if that's true or not. But paying off for streamers would make a lot of sense for propaganda purposes. Reply from Cryptomami. I thought it was Cryptomami for the longest time. That makes more sense. I don't know if it's better. No woman should go to TwitchCon. Here, Zack replies again. I tried to say this and warn people, but I was accused of victim blaming, which doesn't make any sense. You're victimizing yourself by going to TwitchCon. Truly nonsense. Hopefully the virtue signaling was worth more victims. Twitch alone is responsible for this. With how lax they have been with security, anyone could have seen this happening. I saw this happening. And I'm just a fucking idiot on the internet. Wow, how did I know? How did I know? Because these people are so extremely stupid. It's just understanding the consequences of actions. This is the point we are at. What do we have? I guess another official statement by the Twitches. We're aware of the incident involving streamer Emu during TwitchCon and want to assure our community that we take freedom safety extremely seriously. You keep saying that, but I'm not seeing any seriousness here, and I keep seeing no safety. The individual responsible for allowing the situation to occur has been removed, yada yada yada. I guess this is just more of the same, right? Hilarious. Fucking hilarious. And there's a longer clip, by the way. And after the guy being pushed away by Captain Lord, the guy is just straight to roam around TwitchCon. I guess they got the guy and bought him out, but what are you doing? What even is going on? I just understand. Don't understand anything here. It's truly insane. And here we have also Tecton once again talking about this. I need to remind everyone of something important. I guess this is a typo. This happened to Emiro. Fucking Emiro. I don't follow the woman, but I understand that she's pretty big. The largest female streamer on the planet, generating on Twitch millions of dollars every month. Well, I don't know if she's the largest female streamer on the planet, right? The entire mouse have a record for subs at some point. I don't know the metric. If she's not the largest, she is pretty large still, and numbers wise. Republic Meet and Greet had a defense force of one fucking guy that couldn't even do his job. It gets worse. This is only what we prevented from continuing. Now, I'm not gonna lie, Amy is a strong as fuck individual and has dealt with a lot over the years. This will just add to the list of shit she shouldn't have had to go through. And somehow, she'll tank it and keep a smile on for her viewers. That takes some guts, to be fair. From what I've read, after the incident, she went back to finish the meet and greet. I'm assuming because she had to have her show still, which is truly insane. The man can have stabbed her. No one should be dropping their guard because the worst didn't happen. That's literally what I'm saying. It's horrifying because it could have fucking happened. Arena Surtsuke comes to mind for how quick tragedy can strike. This man casually walked up and forced himself on her. People, you're not angry enough about this. Dan Class and Twitch need to be held accountable. This is, once again, if not borderline, if not fully blown, at least borderline criminal, and it is still allowed. Because of fucking course, Twitch CEO, Twitch staff, I don't know who else, they cannot manage their site properly. And this is not surprising. They keep allowing the biggest fucking creeps on the platform. They keep allowing literal terrorism propaganda on the platform. They keep allowing calls to violence on the platform. And they were surprised when this happens? Boy, I don't know what to tell you. It was not a matter of if, it was only a matter of when. And when was the first fucking day. What are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? It's probably ridiculous. Truly fucking ridiculous. And speaking of truly ridiculous and absolute insanity, let's talk about D&D. It was meant to be Dungeons and Dragons. It's Dick and Dick now. In this realm, your story is yours to tell. In this story, having a gay party. I do remember when D&D was about adventuring, when it was about fighting evil forces, when it was about being larger than life, the mystery, the horror. I don't know about the horror, but this is truly horrible. Not quite the same. Fighting with monsters, what about dancing with monsters? Slay the dragon? Lay the dragon. There's not an ounce of testosterone in here. Not in the characters, not in the creator. Absolutely insane. And it is really funny to me that the guy in the middle is, of course, a tiefling. Demonic people. Oh boy, I wonder what they meant by that. Have another demon here. You have fucking kobolds. Have a blood dragon, which, unlike the anime, is just an evil creature. All chromatic dragons are. They're masters of illusions. And of course, we have a beholder. Here. With the gay beam. Where's the disintegration beam? Make this stop. It's truly insane. For people that might not know, and my understanding of beholders actually quite limited, these are iconic D&D creatures. They are extremely powerful, As you can see, I'm pretty sure there are aberrations, which checks out. They have a variety of special powers with their eyes, like disintegration beams, anti-magic fields, and all the jazz. They are really smart, really powerful, and also extremely schizophrenic. They're always wary of being killed, so they always have the strangest and most convoluted layers to protect themselves. The funniest thing of all that I've read about beholders is that this fear, combined with their really high, I don't remember if it's magical or psychic powers, might be both, can give birth to lower tier beholders that could oppose them. Because of course, if you're one of the strongest beings, your own are a match against you, and that's really scary. Hilarious. Fucking hilarious. Of course, we had the Rainbow Crusade here, like in this thing. It's still getting ratioed, so good luck with that. But there's more to this that people are not really talking about. Not only D&D as we know it is dead, and it's been dead for years. It's never coming back. Also, why do you have an old bear here? Doesn't make any sense. There must trust this. There is some strange stuff going on here. Tap or click the link below to check out the Dungeons & Dragons and Wizards Magic 2025 Pride Collection. Fall Pride 2025 merchandise. The fuck do you mean Fall Pride? Doesn't make any sense. It's never enough with these people. It's never enough. They never have enough fucking days. Shut up and leave me alone. You creatures are doing yourself a disservice by being so fucking annoying. Because people right now are so fucking tired of you. But this is the big winner. Recipients will benefit Trans Lifeline. And it is not a lie. Oh, look at this. It's all about National Coming Out Day. Don't worry. We already know that you're fucking gay and annoying. I did a really short investigation into Trans Lifeline. There's a fantastic video from Smash JT, by Smash JT from last year, that goes into this non-profit, and it's really strange what's going on, because for some reason, I guess it's to be expected nowadays, they had huge problems with fraud and embezzlement. They had to change everybody in their boards because they were using the money they got for everything instead of the organization, which is always really funny. That never happens, by the way. You also have some really strange complaints about how they are understaffed because they didn't have enough money, because the money was being misused. Even though this non-profit should be... I keep saying non-profit. I don't know if it's a non-profit or an NGO, which is not the same. Even though they kinda should be, in my opinion. But what do I know? It's supposed to be like some sort of call center for trans people to talk to them when they feel, I don't know, the entropy, I suppose. They only have, I think, a single operator, and they only accept calls from like, I want to say it was like 6 to 12 in the morning, something like that. Monday to Friday, extremely brief window. But there's more. There is more. Apparently, this organization was spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, more than $500,000 by last year, to get trans people out of legal trouble, get them out of jail, it doesn't matter the crimes, because according to them, these trans creatures are just being penalized constantly by this humane society we live in. So of course, every single time they're in legal trouble, it's fake, it's not real. That makes you wonder. That makes you wonder what's going on. So at this point in time, I can only assume if you spend money in D&D, if you give money to Wizards of the Coast, you're actively paying for this. I don't know about you, but I don't care enough about it. Also, God, this is so fucking ugly. Not because it's extremely gay, because the art is really undercooked. Look at this, not even proper coloring, not even proper lines. It's so bad, it's so ugly. Look at this dragon. Look at this thing here. It's schizoing out, just like me, but for different reasons. Look at these hands here. Oh my god, what are you doing? You just shit yourself? What's going on? I don't understand. It's with Lego. Oh, holy shit. Of course it is, right? They have this weird obsession with that condition. It's dead. D&D is dead. It's they can finish the line. I may get banned. But, you know, like that famous actor, right? Dick Van, the Thing. That. Dick and Dick. Insanity. I don't really see combat, I don't really see exploration. I can barely see social interaction. Social interaction is just being gay. There's also being a lot of shit going on around this here. How some people were waiting in, mentioning that TTRPGs and all that are about fantasy, all about adventure, it's all about usually conflicts about good and evil, usually standing up for good and trying to defeat evil. And of course, once again, I reminded these strange creatures from outer space, I refuse to believe we belong to the same planet. Maybe I'm the alien after all, I wouldn't know. I don't remember, I was a little baby when I came to Earth. Am I perhaps a Super Saiyan? I don't think so. I got mad before, didn't transform, shameful. I know. What I'm trying to say here is these creatures will always gaslight, these creatures will always misrepresent what's going on, and these people will always feign ignorance. Because of course, when the fucking creators of the game, fucking creators of different TTRPGs mention fantasy with capital F, they mention the fantasy genre, which is nothing new. It's the basis of human literature if you think about it. If you go back thousands of years ago, you have what we now consider mythology. It's literally fantasy genre. Greek mythology, Roman mythology, the fucking Enema Elish, the Tale of Gilgamesh, one of the first known works in humanity. By today's standards, at least, considered fantasy. It doesn't have to do anything with your erotic roleplay. Completely different game. And these creatures will call creators of TTRPGs, oh look at this guy, this is a tourist. This fucking cretin doesn't know anything. This guy has never played TTRPGs. That guy, I don't have the tweet, I could look that up. It's just a trust me bro. You can look it up if you want. I'm not lying. That guy that was talking about the fantasy genre was one of the co-creators of Dungeons and Dragons back in the day. A tourist, by the way. That's why I hate the term tourist. Because it's not tourism. Tourism could have potentially some beneficial outcome. It's never the case with these people. Call them what they are. Illegal immigrants. They're only here to conquer and take what they believe is for them to take. Absolute insanity. And it keeps happening. I'm not gonna bring up, speaking of illegal immigrants, I'm not gonna bring up that fantastic article thinking about, oh, the accusation of tourists in the anime community. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. We all know they're fucking gaslighting. Oh, you see, the new fans, maybe they want to change stuff. You know what? Actually, fuck you. I'm gonna bring that up because it's literally the same that's happening here. I'm not gonna read everything, but I'm gonna bring it up because the gaslighting is literally the same, and I only just realized. Let me bring it up. From Anime TV JP Lumao. Lumao! Lumao. Okay, alright. There we go. This article's pissing me off too. From Kiramaki, October 12th. Anime tourism isn't the problem. Elitism is. Anime isn't dead. But some fans are. If I speak, I'm in trouble. I'm gonna go to a specific point because I think it's hilarious what they mention. I don't think this was edited. I think it's this paragraph here. The truth is that anime tourism is a symptom of success, not decline. The fact that people who never would have watched anime a decade ago now call themselves fans is a victory. Lamau. The same people that were shaming you years and decades ago for being into nerdy shit, now they're, in theory, into nerdy shit. Make no mistake about that. They are not into nerdy shit. It's just fashionable to be into nerdy shit. It's not the same. And means anime has crossed borders, languages, and generations. The tourists who come for the hype might not stay for the long haul, but some will. And those who do will carry the culture forward, the way early fans once did. This is a lie. This will not happen. As we see with anime, as we see with video games, as we see with TTRPGs, as we see with fucking anything that was funny until these fucking creatures arrived. I'm picking the mic, I'm sorry, I'm really getting passionate. I'm getting really passionate because I have no patience today, and this is something I find enjoyable. The hobbies, I mean, not these strange goblinoids. Everything has been co-opted by these people. They don't care about the meat and potatoes of the hobby. They're all into the hobby because it's fashionable. They're all into the hobby because it's big. They're all into the hobby because they can get some clout from it. They don't care about any of the contents of said hobby. If you show them the actual contents, they would find them repulsive. How do we know? Because it keeps happening. How do we know? Oh, but look at this. Look at anime, it's so sexist. Oh, they never have good female characters. Because you're a fucking idiot. You've only watched like 4 famous shonen anime. You could have watched anything else and you would have female characters that are interesting. It's insanity. Oh, look. Japan is so degenerate. They're just a bunch of sexists and pedophiles. How the fuck are you an anime fan then, you stupid fucking idiot? Anime, manga, and Japanese video games are all representations of Japanese culture. And you're telling me you enjoy them despite being against the culture. Because, oh no, but I do not approve of this. This is really bad. I can watch this even though I do believe it's pedophilia. With a critical eye. The 10% increase in critical chance will not help you. We don't care about those. You're a fucking idiot. You don't care anything. You don't care about anything. You don't understand what you're watching. It's just, oh, it's the new thing. Just consume product. These creatures will not carry the culture forward the same way the early fans once did. These creatures are here to censor, to co-opt, and to shame you, because God forbid you have any kind of freedom in a hobby. God forbid you have a fucking hobby that has not been co-opted by the most stupid and most propagandized people on this fucking earth. And it's not even hyperbolic on my side. It keeps fucking happening. And this is hilarious. Let me look up I think it's not this paragraph, it was earlier. I do mention that on my tweet, which is really funny. It's not about jealousy, we don't care about that. It's not about that. It's a new kind of label, I don't know about all that. I think it's a paragraph, right? I think that makes sense. They follow hype cycles instead of still lineups, scroll through edits instead of reading manga, and often disappear as quickly as they arrive. Some jumped in during the pandemic boom. Perhaps we're not so different after all, TTRPGs and anime, huh? When anime became more accessible than ever. Others treat the fandom like a fashion statement and aesthetic to match their playlists and social media feeds. Veteran fans, these people feel like intruders, tourists in a land they never helped build. They completely understand the problem, but they're going to ignore it. It's just jealousy. It's just because they have it easier. No, you absolute and bumbling buffoon. You goblinoid of the lowest rank. You're not even a Captain Goblin. This is literally the problem here. You're telling me they don't care about the substance of the hobby. The fuck is a hype cycle? That's summer speech for bullshit that doesn't matter. Scroll through edits instead of reading manga. You're telling me they don't care about the manga itself. And it's just literally the same with TTRPGs. It's even more hilarious when talking about TTRPGs. Because thinking to TTRPGs, it's more of an active hobby than a passive hobby, right? You need to do something to enjoy the hobby. While reading anime and watching manga, right? I always say it backwards for some reason. It's more of a passive action. You don't really need to do much. Things happen without your input. I'm not saying one is better than the other. What I'm saying is, the most vocal people against traditional TTRPGs are they're so sexist, they're so racist, they're so xenophobic, they're so transphobic, they're all a bunch of fascists. Never played the game. It's not surprising. Can you imagine staying at a table for 4 fucking hours playing with somebody like that? I would be begging my DM to allow PvP. I don't care anymore at that point. Insufferable creatures all around. So they want to change the hobby while not actually being in the hobby. What are we doing here? What even is going on? I just don't understand. And for some reason, we have to allow them. No, fuck you. Get out of here. This is my tweet. Love how the article explains the problem with newer fans. Only to throw it out of the window and justify their actions. They won't carry the culture forward. Aside from superficial aesthetics and quote-unquote hype, they hate everything Japan related. Call it what it is, illegal immigration. And it is even more vexing when we talk about anime, in my opinion, because they truly hate Asian people, they truly hate Japan, they truly hate everything that has to deal with that. It will not never be hilarious to me when I see the usual... Careful now. The usual hoodwib, dare I say, with obviously Dragon Ball PFP, right? Who am I to talk? I do love Dragon Ball, yet I'm not a fucking buffoon, right? Saying, you people are a bunch of pedophiles. it's time to put in the Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta memes. And like, you're supposed to be a fan of Dragon Ball. Have you seen Dragon Ball? It's not that you can see dick and balls. It was not that uncommon in anime back in the day. Have you seen Shin-chan? Come on. That's a great example. I shouldn't have watched Shin-chan as a kid, but I did. I thought it was stupid. Then I started watching it, and I thought it was funny. Then my sister got a little bit upset about it. This is insane! How is it possible that you're watching this? And she started watching. And then my father got a little bit upset. How is it possible that they're watching this? And then he was also watching with us, because it was actually funny. That's not the point of what I'm trying to say. The point is that Akira Toriyama was a massive pervert. Have you seen Master Roshi? And he's a massive pervert. Every single time. I think so. Not quite sure about Chrono Trigger, it's been a while. Most of the times, you have something that has to do with Akira Toriyama, you have a massive pervert. Even in Dragon Quest XI, which is really funny. All the guys are perverts, if you had Toriyama, and that's fine. You can see Bulma's titties. She was 16. Have you seen Chi-Chi's OG outfit when she was a little kid? Literally bikini armor. These people don't know anything. These people don't care about anything. It's just, I guess, hype cycles. I don't understand. I just don't understand how somebody can be so shallow. But then again, once again, it keeps happening every single week. I'm reminded how most people I see around, especially on the internet, are extremely stupid. And you know what happens when you stumble upon someone that's extremely stupid? It's gonna be a little bit difficult to explain, I suppose, but I think it's really important. Feelings, human feelings. The basic human feelings are 5 of them, but the more developed you are, the more nuanced variations you can have of each of them. There's a graph somewhere about this. Thing is, you can have frustration, but for some people that's just anger. Some people don't know how to act, so they resort, my bad, resort is a completely different word. I'm struggling today, okay? I'm missing some sleep, please understand. More than usual, so you know it's bad. There's sort of the basic human emotions without any kind of nuance, and you're like, but that's so simplistic. Yes, stupid people are simplistic, because they're stupid. Yet, I have to keep listening to them babbling about things they don't understand, and I'm expected to accept their opinions. No. You people back in the day were peasants for a reason. Becoming more and more monarchist. Vote for me, the Demon King. It's a funny joke, because you don't vote for the king. It's insane, and it keeps happening. I don't like it. They keep fucking with my hobbies. Video about that soon, I suppose. Video about that soon. I actually recorded a bunch of stuff yesterday. And in some regards have to do with this. So, wait warmly. Video might be out next week. Maybe. I need to edit it. I don't think it's gonna be too bad. But I need some specific assets and all that. Specific assets in this case. Oh, the gamers. The gamers! Let's talk about the gamers and demographics. ESA report shows that the average gamer is 41, and nearly half are women. We all know what they mean with this. Gaming has come a long way. See, there's a lot of people enjoying games now. It's so good. Have you seen new games? Let's be real, they're ass. The takeaway. The old stereotype that games are mostly for younger people, and males, has once again been proved outdated. You keep saying that, I don't think that means what you think it means. The Entertainment Software Association's, ESA, latest survey shows that the average age of respondents is 41, and the split between men and women is almost 50-50. The ESA's latest Power of Play survey involved 24,216 participants, from 21 countries across 6 continents. 6 continents. I'm assuming you're counting North and South America is different. Not a lot of people do. It covers several categories, from gamer demographics to reasons why people play games. Reasons why people play games. Why would you play a game? I don't know, because it's fun? I might be stupid after all. One of the highlighted findings is that the average age of respondents, all of whom were aged 16 and over at the time, is 41. But kids lower than 16 also play games. This is already skewed. Moreover, the gender split is 51% men and 48% women. Now you might be thinking, where's the other 1%? Both of these numbers have been rounded down. 51 point something, 48 point something. As for the respondents' top reasons for playing games, the most obvious one, to have fun, is the most common, named by 66% of respondents. Only 2/3 seems kinda low. In second place, stress relief is luxury relaxation at 58%. Ah yes, stress relief. That's why people play League of Legends, right? Yeah, does it count as cardio? I don't think so. Which one presumes comes from those playing the likes of Anno 1800s rather than Elden Ring. To be fair, there are so many strange people out there. I would know. I am strange people. Finally, keep in mind sharp and exercise and brains was the third most common reason named. 45% is higher than I expected. Another section of the survey looks at the benefits that playing games can bring. Most people, 81%, said that they provide mental stimulation, and 80% said they provide stress relief. Other answers included providing an outlet for everyday challenges, 72%, introducing people to new friends and relationships, 71%. 71%? New friends and relationships might be more of a stage than I expected. Reducing anxiety, 70%, and helping people feel less isolated or lonely by connecting them to others, 64%. Isn't this pretty much the same? I don't know, I feel like you're saying the same twice with different numbers. That seems a little bit suspicious. Which is kinda funny, right? We could be mentioning, oh, what about MMOs, right? You can have thriving communities. I play MMOs as a lone wolf. And they're not even good anymore! So I'm screwed! Yay! Great. Help me feel happier, 73%. Get accessible experiences for people with different abilities, 78%. Oh boy. This is what we call foreshadowing. Let's from everyday challenges, we read that. Less anxious. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's noted that among gamers aged 16 to 35, 67% said they've made a close friend or partner through gaming. It should have been me, not them! I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about that. I have found friends before with gaming. I don't know what they are. I hope they're doing well. As a result of US respondents said games improve their parent-child relationship. A contrast to the long-held claim that children often grow distant from their parents due to playing games. I mean, that happens if your parents are against games. I think it's pretty obvious. Who we play with? Online, enlist monthly. In person, enlist monthly. Friend in real life. My child. Oh, my child. Another family member. Cousin, aunt, uncle, etc. My sibling. Parent. My grandparent. Interesting. I might be more of a sage than I expected. I guess that makes sense. Now, some interesting answers in the category of what skills in game can improve. Around 3/4 of respondents agree that creativity, problem solving, and teamwork / collaboration can all be improved by gaming. This is a lie. Teamwork / collaboration. No. I played online games. I played League of Legends for years. This lie. This will never happen. More than half said games improve their real-world real-world athletic skills. And many said games improved or influenced their education or career path. Or they have said games improve their real-world athletic skills. Do they mean Pokemon Go games? There was like Ingress, there was like Dragon Quest Walk if you live in Japan. Seems more interesting to me. There was that Pikmin game. I think they released a new one kind of recently. I have no idea. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Is that what they mean? Are those actually gamers? Don't know about that. Oh, here we go. Unsurprisingly, mobile devices are the most popular gaming platform across all demographics. All demographics? Oh, this is dire. Which will likely be in debate about the definition of a gamer. It's not about the platform, it's about the kind of game. 55% of respondents said it was their favorite way of playing games. Oh boy! 55%? Favorite way of playing games? This is a bunch of normies. This is Normies Lab. Especially popular among those over 50. 61% in the game group said they play on mobile. While half the those under 35 said they game on these devices. Meanwhile, consoles and PCs are both played by 21% of participants. Some millennials. Just millennials, I suppose. Maybe Gen X too, a little bit, right? This is more dire than expected. Can we see the comments? For the stats guy, LOL. Oh my god. People are not taking this. Where's all the gamer chinks? You don't want them. They're not actually gamer chicks. They're e-girls, which is not the same. They're e only for the clicks. Not all of them. Not all of them. How could you say that opposite? Not all of them. Trust me, I would know. I would know. My sister plays games. Well, she played games. I don't think she's playing anything right now. She's busy with baby. But she was playing games before I was born. And she was playing games until having baby. She is not an e-girl. She plays... I don't know what genre she plays. She was playing Dota 2 for some time. She was not that bad. She was getting gossip with the Russians. So, she was at least okay, I guess. I don't like that game, so I will know. And now you know why overpriced top is so popular. It's not kids the industry is saying that. Are all the gamer chicks ever into Walmart? No, I don't think I want to, anyway. I guess this could bring me to a different topic here. Forever Young. Can't believe I stand at the midpoint. Things are more dire than you believe. I also found a really funny graph about all of this. Of course, it's from 4chan. This has to be true and real. They will never lie to me. Anonymous poster. Female gamers by genre. And here we have. First two, 69%. Kind of hilarious. Match 3. Or family/farm sim. Well, would you look at that? The chats, the haters, the toxic gamers were right again. Imagine my shock. Casual puzzle, 42%. Atmospheric inspiration, 41%. Interactive drama, 37%. MMO, sci fantasy, 36%. Surprisingly high. At the same time, yeah, the chicks I know that play the games were actually into MMOs. Trust me. Do not. Do not, I'm not joking. So I guess what some people mention about finding their wife in MMOs was real, at least back in the day when we actually had MMOs. I'm just in new MMOs, they're like gacha games. Somehow more annoying. Japanese RPGs, 33%. Western RPGs, 26%. Survival roguelike, 25%. Platformer, 25%. City building, 22%. Action RPG, 20%. Sandbox, 18%. Sandbox being so much lower than Farm Sim, Atmospheric Exploration, or MMOs. Actually insanity. Action Adventure 18, MMO Sci-Fi 16, Open World 14, Turn-Based Strategy 11, Mobile 10%, Grand Strategy 7, FPS 7, Racing 6. You want the Racer's Wife? Only 6%. Tactical Shooter 4, Sports 2%. Obviously this confirms all of or most of my biases, so I do wish to trust this. They will never lie to me. Which is somewhat hilarious. But yeah, we have some things here that, I don't know, match 3, that's not really count as something to call yourself a gamer. I'm not quite sure, I don't think I would say that, and I don't think they themselves would say that either. Because you expect gamers to be something else, and despite being a label I don't really like, being a gamer is something quite different to this. So I think it checks out. Need to blow my nose, give me a second here. I'm gonna mute. You had to pay for that, okay? Ah, much better. And even though I had this article for later, I guess I can bring it up now if I actually find it. Speaking of slop, I had to be here. Yeah, I need to move. I've seen a lot of discussion about the new Pokemon game. You know me, I've been playing Pokemon games for a long time. I don't like Pokemon games. I'm the first guy to say, new Pokemon games are redeemable trash. I've seen the new game, a Legend CA. Even if the game was completely free, and there are always ways to play it for free if you know how to look, I wouldn't want to play it. It is that bad. So we have this article which I find truly insane, unsurprisingly from Game Rant. Of course on Archive, I refuse to give them a click. It's official! Pokemon has beaten Digimon. In sales? Yeah, that was always going to happen. Because the average Pokemon fan... midwit. Probably a midwit. But I skimmed a little bit through the article. It is hilarious. It is insane that they're trying to tell me this is good. I'm not even gonna go into reviews for the game. And there's something better than that. The reviews are in, and the same Pokemon Legends CA has higher scores than Digimon Storytime Stranger. The Pokemon vs Digimon debate has been raging since the 90s, with the consensus seeming to be that while Digimon has the superior anime series, Digimon has the superior games. With Pokemon Legends CA and Digimon Storytime Stranger releasing in the same month, it was inevitable that fans would compare the two. I do like both. I do enjoy Pokemon, I do enjoy Digimon. You've seen me, I've played both on stream several times. There's a reason why I'm not playing Time Stranger. First of all, it just released. Second, for some reason it has a bunch of DLC on release and the Season Pass for $30, which seems insane to me. But the game is $70. The game is $70. I'm waiting for that to not be the case. Or perhaps getting it really cheap. So, of course, I will play Time Stranger at some point. I'm not paying $70. Okay, I cannot justify spending that amount of money. I'm looking forward to the game and I'm willing to pay. I don't want to play the new Pokemon game for free. Because it seems that bad. Sure, I'm just a guy. But it's funny, this is the situation. Pokemon Legends CA is the second entry in the Legends sub-series of Pokemon games, with this iteration taking place in the Kalos region's Lumio City. God, back to France. Now we're just in Paris. Great. Typical story, Time Stranger, meanwhile, is the latest game in the story sub-series of Demon titles that started all the way back in 2006 on the Nintendo DS. Factually true, okay, I'm surprised. I'm clapping a little bit. The mic is not picking that up. It's fine. Pokemon Legends CA features a brand new real-time combat system that doesn't fucking work. While Demon Storytime Stranger features more traditional turn-based combat. Demon Storytime Stranger earned mostly positive reviews at the time of its launch earlier this month, as being a huge sales success. I've seen a lot of people playing Demon Stranger as their first Digimon game, so I think that says a lot. But it still seems that Pokemon Legends CA has beating it in terms of review aggregate scores. Okay. We need to talk about the battle system. Demon Stranger, turn-based. We don't really need to mention too much about it. We have increasing and lowering stats, we have possible stages, all the jazz. Mostly normal turn-based. Pokemon Legends CA, brand new real-time combat system. It is almost unplayable. It is really bad. You're meant to dodge, you're meant to lock in, you're meant to do a lot of things, but the system is so extremely clunky, it doesn't work properly. If you're locked in on an enemy Pokemon for your Pokemon to attack, you cannot dodge roll. There's no strategy with moves. You pick a bunch of moves and you just spam them. They're half cooldown, you press the button. I've seen people trying to tell me, but it's so fresh, it's so good, it's much better than turn-based. You don't have to think. Is it out of cooldown? Yes, press it. There are no combos, there are no rotations, it's just cooldown. On top of that, moves have quote-unquote casting times. Something like tackle. You don't just press it and the Pokemon tackles. It has a wind-up animation, which is truly insane. You can't really dodge. The best way to dodge is just to return your Pokemon to your Pokeball. Moving around doesn't really help, because you can move around and your Pokemon follows you, if you're lucky. So, it's not that good. And I've been watching streams for the game, right? I don't wish to play it myself. Aegislash, really cool Pokemon, extremely strong in the normal games. Literally unusable in the system. Its gimmick is that in changes between Sword mode, I think it's called Blade form, and Shield form. Shield form, defensive. Blade form, offensive. To do that, you need to use the move King Shield, exclusive move. Protection, you hit against it, it lowers your attack. Pretty good. The problem is, the animation for the change of form is so long, you're going to die. Because it takes the same amount of time to get attacked once. Okay, I'm gonna attack, I have the initiative. Psycho Cut! You have to transform first. The enemy's attacking you, even though you were present first. And then you attack. 3 seconds per transformation. Literally unplayable. Not to mention all of the problems with progression. It skips like 2/3 of the game. The graphics are inexcusable. The textures are so low quality, it's just insane. Sure, I guess it's not full of bugs, but is that really the bar we have to pass? I don't think so. It is a huge letdown. It doesn't seem fun. Our season list was kinda fresh, it was kinda fun for like half the game. It was better than this. Pokemon Legends CA reviews compared to Demon Story Time Stranger. CA 81. Time Stranger 78. I guess 78 for Time Stranger might be okay. Between 78 and 80 something is probably fine. It has probably more flaws than you imagine. Only played the demo, so I don't really know. Then you say 81 out of 1000 maybe. It's probably one of the most disappointing games I've seen in my life, not just Pokemon. $70 by the way. I think it's like 110, 120 if you want Switch 2 version and Day 1 DLC. And I've seen people defending Day 1 DLC. It's not Day 1 DLC. You didn't get to play it until February. But you get to pay for it now. So for some reason, it is good to pay for it now, even though you cannot play the content for another 4 fucking months. This is the current state of video games. Make no mistake about it. On Metacritic, Devil's Stranger reviews have placed the game at 78 overall critic rating. Critic rating. Of course. Pokemon Legends CA meanwhile has an 81 overall score, meaning it beats Digimon Story by 3 points. Critic rating means jack shit, because they're all paid off, they're all stupid, they're all ignorant. They're just a bunch of propagandists, and they don't know anything about games. Now, there's still time for the review scores to fluctuate. It's possible that later reviews will come in for Digimon Story that push its score up or down, and the same goes for Legends CA. Still, it's unlikely that the scores will move too far from where they settled. Legends CA isn't out at the time of this writing, and so it doesn't have a user score, but Devil's Stranger has a very impressive 9.2 user score, so it will be interesting to see how those numbers compare. The mission sales, I don't think it's fair if you didn't actually release the game at this point in time, but sure. And as far as sales go, it's likely safe to assume that Pokemon Legends CA is going to ultimately sell more copies than Digimon Story Time Stranger. Yes, because Pokemon is the highest selling franchise of entertainment. Beating them, it's always gonna be really difficult, no matter what you do. That's not to say Time Stranger sales are weak. In fact, Time Stranger was a big hit on Steam, with an all-time concurrent player count peak of over 83,000. For a $70 game, that's pretty good. We don't have exact sales numbers, but it's likely that the game also did well enough on PS5 and Xbox. Do anybody even have those? However, the Pokemon brand speaks for itself. There has been some negative press about Pokemon Legends CA after the latest leaks, but the game's strong review scores should calm the nerves of those that are on the fence about the game. Clearly, it will sell very well. If you truly believe, on this day and age, actual games journalists, we are nothing more than cattle. You live in an animal farm. Congratulations. Its predecessor, Legends Arceus, sold nearly 50 million units at last count, making it one of the highest selling individual releases in franchise history. Oh, for fuck's sake, fucking bots. Now they're multi-spamming. Be gone. I don't want to buy bots, okay? I don't like them clankers. Get them out. It's truly disgusting. Where was I? Fuck. We don't know if CA will be quite as big of a hit, but it should comfortably outperform Time Stranger. Yes, because of brand loyalty. Oh, but what about brand loyalty? Huh? You're gonna just stop buying the game? Yeah? Why wouldn't I? If the product is subpar. You wanna know, the last Pokemon game I bought, right there, the box, right there, I'm pointing, you cannot see it, because I don't have hand tracking, it's right there, I think the game is somewhere on my desk, I will need to look that up. Pokemon Song. And I didn't hate the game back in the day, I need to play it back at some point. I'm still going through Gen 3. It takes time, okay? It takes time. Pokemon XD soon, TM. I played Sword and Shield because a friend of mine had it. It is the first Pokemon game I played that I was like, this is so extremely boring and uninspired. I cannot be asked to finish this. I got like 3 badges and I was like, that's it. It's not gonna get better. I'm out of here. I was playing the game for free, okay? I was playing the game for free and I couldn't be asked to finish it. Oh look, you reached a new city. Wow, 2 routes now, left or right. Wow, I can't wait to see which Pokemon I can catch. You cannot. You have to go to a specific building because the game said so. You need to keep following their plot, I suppose, or excuse for it, if you wanna keep playing. But I don't wanna see the plot. I don't care about the plot. That's the only reason I like Scarlet and Violet. I can appreciate the freedom. There was not a lot of substance, but I can appreciate the freedom. And here, I don't wanna play it. Even if it was free, I just don't wanna play it. I think it's gonna be boring. I look at the game and like, you know what? Maybe Gen 6 was not that bad. Maybe Gen 6 was not that bad. In a game that I never had the desire to replay. This shit is so dire that it's making Gen 6 better in comparison. Literally the same as Star Wars, the sequels. Maybe the prequels were not that bad. Even though Pokemon Legends CA has beaten Time Stranger's review score and will most likely beat it in sales, there's new momentum behind the Digimon franchise that should probably the next game to do even better than Time Stranger. Problem with Digimon games is that they tend to do their own thing. The only ones that are somewhat stable are the story games. They've always been like traditional turn-based RPGs. You have Digimon World 1, which attempts to do the same gameplay loop as Legends CA, but it's better. It's really funny because it was back on the PS1 and it had a bunch of actual bugs. You have World 2, which is like some sort of Mr. Dungeon kind of game. I have never played it. You have World 3, which is similar to turn-based RPG. You have World 4 being just a hack and slash game. You have like Survive that released recently, which is like Fire Emblem meets a visual novel? I don't know, they tend to do their own thing. I don't think it's wrong, but people usually stick around for tried formulas. That's why I knew Digimon Story was gonna be good. Every single Digimon Story I played, I thought it was pretty good, even though I never finished the first one. We know that there's a new Digimon mobile card game in the works. It was the card game. Maybe it was not a new gacha. Maybe it was wrong the other day. But a new console project has been announced at the time of this writing. They just don't release a bunch of games each year. This is not Game Freak. Please understand. So as Pokemon Go's Legends CA is right around the corner, while the Generation 10 Pokemon games are expected to release in 2026. Don't expect anything good. If there are two Pokemon Demon games ever if there are two Pokemon Demon games ever released in such close vicinity again, one has to imagine it will be an even closer fight. Demon anime clears, true and real. And it's really funny, because nowadays I'm not really feeling the Digimon animes, and I'm not really feeling the Pokemon games, so I guess this got inverted. Then again, let's take a look at Metacritic. Pokemon Legends CA 79, Metascore 57 critic reviews, user score 3.8. Time Stranger 79 critic review, 9.4 user ratings. I don't think it's quite a 9.4. I will need to see the actual plot to make that assessment, and I would need to see the actual progression of the game. Like 8.5? I think that's fair. 9.4 versus 3.8. Same price tag. Are you really gonna play this shit? I don't think it makes any sense. It truly doesn't. It truly doesn't. I'm sorry. But this is the current state of games. You have a bunch of cattle that will just buy anything and everything. But it makes me feel good. But it was good before. It's not been good in a long time. I'm sorry to tell you this. You need to know. It is really that bad. It is really that dire. I'm sorry. There's no fixing this because people keep buying. And I also find it extremely funny when people mention, but and boycotting a huge company like Pokemon will never work. They mentioned 50 million copies sold for Arceus. Sure, it's a good amount. Chances are your country has more people voting in the elections, and yet people keep voting in the elections, even though actually gives you less voting power because it's more people, so your single vote counts for less. It's really funny, especially in the USA. You have like what 220 potential voters? Yes, and you people keep voting. That's much lower power than denying a sale for something that sells 15 million. It's gonna be 15 million minus 1 with me. What can you say? I wasn't gonna buy it anyway, I don't have the Switch. But you know what I mean. It's really funny to think about. What do we have here? I completely lost my location. I can mention this. A new study reveals that Rockstar would actually lose money if they sold GTA 6 for $100, as the sweet spot remains 70 to maximize sales and keep fans happy. I know this is what they're gonna do. Or not. I thought they were going to. I guess I was mistaken. Funny nonetheless. Speaking of the current state of games, I guess we can go through this too. Hold up. Kimberler confirms what gamers always suspected, addresses the SBI backlash. But I thought this wasn't happening. Huh? What's going on? Yeah. Good luck with that. This is from Master of TDS's wife, the Writing Raven. What a name. In August of 2025, Kimberler, CEO and co-founder of Sud Baby Inc., former Ubisoft, by the way, confirmed what many gamers had long suspected. In the hour-long interview, Kimberler inadvertently revealed several of the company's most revealing practices. But I thought this didn't happen. My husband, Master of TDS, says Writing Raven, and I watched the full interview live and later produced a 30-minute highlight reel for our viewers. In all discussion between Kim and the interviewer proved initially candid, offering a rare glimpse into how Sweet Baby Inc. operates behind the scenes of AAA game development. Contributions and contradictions. How curious. And below described Sweet Baby Inc.'s direct involvement in Spider-Man 2 over roughly 3 years, focusing on the storylines for Craven and Harry Osborn, and said her team helped shape the narrative beats and character work for Alan Wake 2. Taken together, these remarks contradict the company's long-standing public stance that it serves only as a consulting firm. And this is extremely obvious for us, because if you see these games, if you go to the credits, and you actually take a look at the credits, the people from SBI are credited for script writing, not for consulting. They're active writers into the game. I don't think the company's lying to me. I think you creatures are lying to me. Also suggests that Sweet Baby's influence extended well beyond advisory guidance into core narrative and creative decisions. If they're writing, of course that's gonna happen. Many observers interpreted this portion of the interview as a quiet admission that the studio played a far deeper role in shipping the games, in shipping these games, that they had previously acknowledged. They wouldn't lie to me. That would never happen. Furthermore, when asked about the backlash and criticism directed towards Sweet Baby Inc., Blur claimed that no one had ever reached out with questions about her company's work. You don't need to, because you know what they're doing, because they themselves are saying so. You don't need to ask when they're just saying the things they do. Later, there's a quote here, I completely missed it. There's thousands of videos about us, but of those people, no one has written to us to say, hey, can you just ask a couple questions about how this works? The first thing you people did was try to deplatform Creator Rambo, and after that, you were running away. You were locking down your social media accounts, and you were scrubbing completely your website. If you're doing that, I'm not gonna go to you to ask, what are you doing? Because you're gonna be lying to me. Because you have been lying since the beginning. How is that so difficult to understand? Of course, they're liars. They're not misguided, they're just liars. There she said people could reach out via email, but that no one has. These remarks appear contradictory and didn't match the public record. Multiple creators, including Smash JD, have documented attempts to contact the company that went unanswered. Ah, they wouldn't lie to me. Sure thing, pal. Sure thing. Propagandists lying? Ah, unheard of. During our Gothic Therapy live stream, we highlighted this discrepancy, noting that Belar's statements ignore these outreach efforts. There also compared the game development to a Battlefield. Battlefield 6 is now out! Just click my sponsorship link! The only link I have, I'm sorry. Describing creative collaborations as a series of wins and losses. Another notable moment came when she encouraged developers to fight for their baby. Oh! It's endless. They have to use baby all the time. There's also some strange stuff going around recently with a localization team. There was like Dragon Baby. Why always baby? What's with you creeps and the babies? Stop it. It feels so suspicious. That is the wrong ideas. Even those ideas did not fit the broader story or mechanics of a game. You're making contradictory games. So, if they flop, if they fail, if you don't sell enough, if people criticize them, rightfully so, that's on you. What she did was rationalize personal or ideological self-insertion in collaborative projects, potentially disrupting narrative progression. Cohesion, my bad. It's really funny, wasn't this the same people that were working on a game set in France? And of course, one of the characters was an obvious Frenchman. Frenchman. And people were asking, okay, but why does he have to be white? What do you mean why? Have you seen French people? Yeah, that's why. French people are white. Ethnic French people, at least. Not the new Frenchies. The ideological core. As the discussion turned to broader backlash, Valor framed criticism as hostility towards progress itself. They keep calling it progress. I don't think that's a good description. When people fight against wokeness, what they're really doing is fighting against progressiveness. In a way, fighting against themselves. It's true they're fighting against progressiveness, but they're not fighting against themselves. I hate these people. It keeps happening. They are trying to explain to you your own values. You have no idea about my values. If you think I'm contradicting my own values, it's because you're stupid and you don't understand my values. I do understand my values. They're mine for a reason. I've been shaping them for more than a decade on my own. Okay? I know what I'm doing. I know the consequences of my actions. The problem is, you cannot deal with the consequences of your own actions. And that is fucking terrifying to you, isn't it? Because now your actions have consequences. Oh boy, how did that happen? Entropy! Causality! No! No! The universe! Yes, it will happen. She concluded, we did nothing wrong. We did our jobs the best we could. Yes. But your job should be avoided. Don't tell me with that one. But where emphasized the public reaction, she did not stress that the controversy originated from a former employee's online action. In fact, Kane never mentioned or even acknowledged what Chris Kindred did, nor did she bring up his firing. In an entire interview, Kimberler acted as though these events never happened. They would never lie. This omission allowed her to portray Sweet Baby Inc. as a passive target, rather than acknowledging factors that contribute to public scrutiny. They have to be the underdog. They have to be seen as the weak ones, because that's what their ideology preys upon. I cannot do no wrong. They're attacking me. I'm weak. Huh? What is this? You little shit. Taken together with her early comments, the selective framing reinforced the defensive posture. The company presented itself as morally certain, while sidestepping accountability for the events that triggered much of the backlash. Accountability, I don't know, the Pokemon has to be really rare. DLC only, I bet. Community reaction, the bigger picture. For Gotham Therapy's audience, the conversation marked what many might call a mask-off moment. Well, it's only mask-off if you haven't been following this, honestly. The point where Sweet Baby Inc. could no longer present itself as a neutral narrative consultant. They could keep trying, but it's an obvious lie. Those remarks may now reignite debate over the line between consultation and authorship in modern game development. Her description of SBI's creative work suggests that narrative consultants can, in practice, shape the series' millions of players' experience. They have been credited as script writers. Of course they are. Of course they do, and it will keep happening. Just terrify them. After all, combined with the contradictions and omissions highlighted during the live stream, the interview underscores ongoing questions about transparency, accountability, and ideological influence with AAA projects. Whether industry will acknowledge the extent of such influence or take steps toward greater clarity remains to be seen. For players, creators, and observers alike, hey, it's me, I'm a server, also player, I guess. To talk over the moments of vindication and truth. I did have comments here, what a shame. I mean, it's the eye detected, it's a little bit bare bones. Almost 500,000, that's pretty good. So, unsurprisingly, the liars keep lying, wow! How did that happen? That always happens, I'm afraid. And that will always keep happening. Because the propagandists need to keep lying constantly. It's the only way for them to actually promote their stupid babble. We would never do this. It's the companies that come to us. If that's the case, why do you have the need to terrify them? Huh? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Once I have, I'm gonna just mention this. I'm not gonna go through the article. I don't really care enough about this. Let's take a sip first. This is for you, my angel of music. Because this situation is actually hilarious, more hilarious than I expected. There's been a tweet going around this past week from Game Rant. Those guys, I don't like them. Propagandists, all of them. Talking about Wizard Game 2, Electric Boogaloo. Now it's a genocide. How they have to take accountability for their actions. How they need to grapple with their decisions for their narrative, for the next game to actually sell well. And they were linking this. Hogwarts Legacy 2 can sidestep the franchise's biggest controversy like the original did. But the article is from January 26th, 2025. It's not even new. Of course, an archive. I refuse to give them links. Clicks. Both, I guess. The thing is, I remember the debacle of Wizard Game. The biggest controversy was just made up bullshit by a bunch of Decepticons attempting to blame people that were just playing this game because they were fans of Harry Potter of literally killing trans humans. Which obviously doesn't make any sense. On top of that, if we need to retell the old epic of this, I've seen several times accusations against J.K. Rowling but she is funding anti-trans legislation in Texas. And I was like, what are you talking about? I'm pretty sure she's British and she still lives there. Why would she spend money on that? I don't think that's even legal. The source just made up. There's not an actual source for that claim. And J.K. Rowling has heard Harry Potter and Hogwarts Legacy. It's really funny because, of course, the game is downstream from her books, for obvious reasons. The game was actually pretty progressive. You had this trans character, I think. The voice acting was so bad, people thought it was a bug, and there were mods to quote-unquote fix it, which is really funny. Don't think we have... Yeah. Here from Eugen. February 7th. Is this a joke? What boycotts? The game sold extremely well. The game did sell a lot, actually. Thing is, we had bad rep because, oh, the controversy, the Wizard game is so evil. It wasn't in a single award show. That doesn't mean the game was bad. That doesn't mean the game was not successful, which will be always funny to me in Philadelphia. It keeps happening. They keep lying. But if I say the game didn't sell, of course the game didn't sell. But if I say, I don't know, Ghost of Yachty sold a lot, of course the game sold a lot. I don't know, have you seen the actual numbers? I haven't. For Ghost of Yachty, we don't have actual numbers. That's the main problem. But I'm pretty sure we have actual numbers for this. And it did sell really well. I'm just not interested into the game. I have no interest. I don't care. But it's been more than 2 years. Wizard game discourse, still a thing. Shut up. Stop being annoying. God damn it, I hate game rant with a passion. But of course, if we are gonna talk about narrative that never ends, it's time to go back to Lord of the Rings. You might think this is from years ago, from an age long past. October 16th, 2025, literally this week. Lord of the Rings demonizes people of color is not installed. Why? Why, you people? University Course suggests Tolkien's treatment of evil characters shares in a tradition of anti-African antipathy. You're gonna get a race that's pretty much elves corrupted by an evil god. They are anti-human. They are anti-civilization. They oppose everything that's good. They oppose all other races of Middle-earth. They literally eat human flesh or humanoid flesh. They also eat each other. And you say, I know, these are black people. How racist can you be? Doesn't matter how much you say that. They don't care. They just keep running without a stop. The university is teaching students that J.R.R. Tolkien demonizes people of color in the Lord of the Rings books. Isn't this enough to sue these people? Isn't this defamation? A history model called Decolonizing Tolkien et al. Decolonizing. Of course they're communists. Taught at the University of Nottingham. You deserve nothing at all. Here's a text that says orcs and other dark-skinned characters in the trilogy are victims of ethnic chauvinism. Dr. Anya Kenubia. Classic British name, if you ask me. A historian and writer who leads the model argues that Eastern races in the fictional realm of Middle-earth are depicted as evil, while fair-skinned people of the West are shown as virtuous. They are not depicted as evil because of the color of their skin. They are depicted as evil because they are barbarians trying to undermine greater civilization of the West. As you mentioned here, west of Middle-earth. In Middle-earth you have not only humans, but you have hobbits, elves, and dwarves. There's a lot of racial tensions amongst them. Not so much with hobbits, but with the other groups. They are dark-skinned, they are evil because they are dark-skinned. That's you projecting your racism. That's you projecting your insecurities. That's a lot about you. But what did you expect about Dr. Nyeke talking about decolonizing? In academia, decolonizing usually means re-examining or moving away from white Western viewpoints. But Dawkins was a white Westerner. What is your point? This is not decolonizing, this is deconstruction, which is actually pretty useless. In the modern context, Dr. Oniak writes that malign peoples include Easterlings, Southrons, and men from Horal. The trilogy also features the darker-skinned orcs, evil creatures that do the biting of Sauron, known as the Dark Lord. Are you seeing the kind of dark skin they have? It's not human dark skin. It's sickly black, it's sickly grey, sickly dark ring sometimes. They don't look human. They look like goblins. And I guess they're related to goblins anyway, so that makes sense. It adds that Tolkien's treatment of the fictional races shares in a tradition of anti-African antipathy, in which people from Africa were painted as the natural enemy of the white man. I don't know so much about it, but do you have to mention Rhodesia? Maybe you're not making the point you're trying to make here. The model also examines racial issues in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. The color man in C.S. Lewis's fantasy novel have long been seen by some exhibiting Oriental stereotypes. I thought you people couldn't use the word Oriental anymore. I thought that was supposed to be offensive for you, cretins. They're described as cruel people with long beards and orange-colored turbans. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe they kind of look the same as people that have been waging war on the West for 13,000 years. For 1,400, not 14,000. 1,400 years. I don't know. I don't know anything about C.S. Lewis, honestly. But maybe there's a reason why they have bad reputation. I don't know. Have you seen history? It's not looking good. Students of the course in Nottingham will also learn to repopulate the canon of British myth and legend. I do need hand tracking for this, man. You people need to see my face palming. It is necessary, because I can't stop. I just can't stop. Repopulate the canon of British myth and legend. They are literally telling you they are going to rewrite your history, rewrite your legends, rewrite your myths, and you have to be okay with that, if not even celebrate it. British people are white. British people have been an extreme majority white until last century. What are we talking about here? What are we saying? Oh no! A bunch of white people that have been white for, I don't know, thousands of years have a bunch of white history and white myths. What the fuck did you expect? If you go to China, the same thing happens with Chinese people. If you go to Japan, the same thing happens with Japanese people. If you go to Egypt, the same thing happens with Egypt people. But since it's white, it's not allowed. Fuck you. Fuck you. You don't deserve anything. Propagandists, all of them. Also, isn't it extremely funny? The last name is Nubia. It's really telling. It's really telling. Perhaps C.S. Lewis was right all along. Dr. Nubia, an occasional contributor to the BBC. Hey, check this out. Provided articles saying medieval England had diverse populations and Africans lived there. But ethnic chauvinism was evident in literature, including Milton's Paradise Lost, and that the tradition persisted into the works of Tolkien and Lewis. Why are you lying? Why are you fucking lying? This is nothing more than an obvious lie! We know this is not true! I mean, I'm not saying you had literally no Africans. Sure, I bet there were a handful of them, what, maybe 10 in total. But you didn't have obvious populations of Africans there. The Black Prince, Edward the Black Prince, was a really white guy. if that was considered black back then, I have bad news for you. And you can see the demographics. In the 1900s, a tiny amount of non-white people were in the UK. And you're gonna tell me, I don't know, in the 11th century, you have a lot of black people there? It's literally impossible. It's literally impossible. Because you didn't have the means. Traveling back then was an ordeal. It was really dangerous. You needed a lot of resources to do so. And sure, people did that. But you cannot compare that to aviation in the 1900s, for example. They are reframing history because they need to insert themselves literally everywhere. Ah, but this is actually mine. Yeah. Like the Black Samurai. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here. I need to mention this every single time because it's always extremely funny to me. The thing about the Black Samurai is born from racism. It was from a French author. I want to say he was a philosopher, but I'm not quite sure. It's been a while. That wrote something extremely racist against the Japanese. Something along the lines of, the heart of the samurai is the same as the heart of black men. It was not saying that historically the samurai were black Africans. He was saying, I hate black people and consider them the lowest. And I'm comparing Japanese people to them because I also consider them the lowest. French people are extremely racist and have always been. I don't know why. Have you seen France nowadays? It's not looking good for them. Maybe being racist actually made sense. Anyway, what I'm trying to say here is this is just a co-opting of history. As we all know. But we need to mention this every single time. He claims in the core model text that Shakespeare's work helped to promote the vision of a fictional mono-ethnic English past. His plays are said to be problematically misindirect references to Africans living in England, creating the illusion of a racially homogeneous England. Do you think that maybe they didn't depict Africans living in England because that was not the case? I don't know, you won't depict Chinese people living in England in the same times because probably you didn't have any either. What are we talking here? And even to this day, you have Africans migrating to different parts of Europe, complaining about those countries in such a fundamental way that tells me you people couldn't come to those countries before without dying. Quite literally. Oh, but it is so cold here. Of course it is. A country like Germany is way colder than, I don't know, Ethiopia. What do you expect? It's further to the north. But nowadays, you have heating. It's pretty cool. Electrical heating, for example. It's a common thing in Germany because technology, that was not a thing in, let's say, 1252, for example. There's no way those people that are not used to those climates will adapt and thrive in those places. It's impossible. In 2021, academics taking part in the anti-racist Shakespeare program. Anti-racist. Do I need to say anything else? And the Globe Theatre in London argued that the Bard's work consistently links whiteness to beauty, while dark is unattractive. You fucking idiots! I knew this when I was a little kid, because it was explained to me properly in school. It's not white and dark in the sense of European descent and African descent. It's about extremely light skin denotes you're a noble person that doesn't need to work outside, and darker skin, that means tanned, that means you're nothing more than a plebeian working the fields. White is attractive because it means high class, that means a lot of money, It means you're the important people of society. You're not a plebeian working the fields till you die. That's what whiteness and darkness means when you go back to the 1500s. Because you didn't have actual black people. Because there was no way for them to get to those islands. Let's be fucking real with me for now, okay? Contributor Professor Vanessa Cordera. Oh boy. Said at the time, if you put the play in context with the other Shakespearean plays, and even the sonnets, this language is all over the place. This language of dark and light. There are these racializing elements. You fucking idiot. You fucking... These people are professors. These people are doctors. They shouldn't have finished elementary school. How stupid can you be? A number of the sonnets are addressed to the physically contrasted fair youth and the dark lady. Okay. I'm gonna make an educated guess here because I haven't read Shakespeare. We didn't get those in school back then. We barely got any reading for English class. Lo and behold, I'm ESL. That's why that happens. Nonetheless, what I'm trying to say here is that when I see the term Dark Lady, my mind doesn't go to, oh, she's African, oh, she's darker skinned. No, it goes to, it's evil. And this notion of evil being darkness doesn't come from darker skinned Africans. It comes from the night. The enemy of humanity has always been the night, the darkness of the night, because we, humans, cannot see in the darkness. And you know who can see in the darkness? Predators. Big cats can see in the night. Have you seen normal cats? Those things are crazy. What about if you have to fend off saber-toothed tigers? What if you're in your cave, mind your own business, in the dead of night, and you hear strange howlings, strange growls outside? Demonic entities, because they're coming to kill you. It has nothing to do with race. It only has to do with the light of the sun and the darkness of the night. That's the core point of good versus evil. Why do I know this and these people don't? Because these people have gone to college. Hey, that's another way for me. And I didn't need to pay. Hey, that's pretty good. God fucking damn it. The Telegraph previously revealed that Shakespeare's birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, was set up to be decolonized following concerns about the playwright being used to promote white supremacy. You cannot look at history backwards, dude. You don't go from the future to the past, you go from the past to the future. And this is just reverse causality, it makes no sense. Shakespeare's Birthplace Trust set out plans to create a more inclusive museum experience at the site. Ameno, ameno, ameno. Ameno dorime. Things I need to do to stay calm. This process included exploring the continuing impact of empire on the collection, the impact of colonialism on world history, and how Shakespeare's work has played a part in this. I don't think that is true. I think it was at most an inspiration, and I think that's saying too much already. The Telegraph has approached the University of Nottingham and Dr. Niega for comments. They probably said nothing. Can we get comments? Guess it's not gonna work because this is an archive. Sadly, Telegraph is pay to win, so I'm not gonna be paying. It's endless. It keeps happening. These people keep wanting to insert themselves everywhere. You're not part of the conversation because you don't belong in the conversation. Because people don't care about what you had to say. Because what you had to say is a bunch of lies. people of color. What are we talking about here? What is going on? It's insane. The good black people of England. Propaganda. Propaganda. And I've also seen actual propaganda about that. Make no mistake about it. Was a recent post on, I guess it was a recent tweet, if I'm actually talking with a little bit of property here. They had some, I don't know, some political ads in the good old UK. And you had like a black guy on a suit saying something along the lines of, we're not, I don't remember exactly what they said. But the point was that we wrote English history. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? It's extremely hilarious, even if you try your best not to be racist, because why would you judge somebody by the color of their skin? But then again, if they keep ransacking everything they see, at some point you have to see, so, comorbidities, dare I say. And this is one being race. Thing is, you people try to go up literally everything. All of the countries. The original British, they were black. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? And then you have insane claims. British people from the 5th century. They're colonizers. But the Maori people in Australia, they're right there, I think it was 1500s, 1600s. They're native to the place. You cannot win. You cannot win because they're not based in any actual metric aside from being black or white. You're white, you're a demon, you're screwed. Everything with you is wrong, and everything you have done throughout all of your existence was to undermine black people. Even when it was white people fighting other white people. It's endless. Make it stop. And once again, because this was about Lord of the Rings in the beginning, okay? If you see creatures like this, and your first impression is to say, oh, black Africans. How racist can you be? When I say this, I truly see gremlins from European folklore. Sure, they're bigger and far more dangerous, but low hair, strange color of skin, pointy ears, getting up to no good. I don't know. I haven't seen humans with pointy ears, for example. I don't know what you're talking about. It is really strange. It is really strange, but everything goes back to, darkness means black people. No! No, it's not black people! It's the night! The night has always been really dangerous. Only recently have we conquered the darkness of the night, thanks to streetlights. But if you go to deeper parts of the country, it doesn't matter which country, as you go to the rural areas, the night is still dark, and you have wild animals getting up to no good. That's what good versus evil is. That's what light versus darkness is. Literally, the light of the sun. That's why so many religions, back in the day, their main god was the sun god. Because everything that's good for us comes from the sun. The light, we can see in the light, but also helps the crops. How is this new? This is what communism does to developing brain, I guess. It's insane. It's truly insane. I don't know what's going on anymore. These people will never stop until I'm finally mindless. Ah! Make it stop! The light, it burns! Maybe I'm a creature of darkness after all. I might be an orc. I'm not this ugly. I have more hair than this, come on. My teeth are not this fucked up. What else do we have? Oh boy. Speaking of things that make me lose my mind, let's talk about censorship. Yay! It's one of those days, isn't it? Oh boy. EU launches new push for digital IDH checks in big tech probe under the Digital Services Act. Compulsory H check is marked required by a systemic move toward digital identity, becoming the price of admission online. I hate democracy. I truly mean it. Saying no has to win every single time. Saying yes has only to win once. I'm trying, I'm losing my mind here. I'm completely out of my fucking mind at this point. And I still have a couple of articles to go through. So we're gonna be here for a little bit. This is what I hate the most about democracy. You have a vote for something. Then we say yes, then we say no. Oh, the no won. That should be it. The no won. People don't want it, but they keep pushing. Now, what about the game? What about the game? What about if we ask about this 17 times? The problem is, yes only needs to win a single time, and then you're screwed. The no has to be to win every single time. It's endless. Democracy has fallen. The West has fallen. Billions must thrive, but it's not working. The European Commission is expanding its efforts to impose online IDH checks and restrict access to certain digital content under the DSA, which passed without anybody knowing about it. Now we know it, but it's already in, it's too late. I don't know if you could actually have changed anything about this. And now it's too late, so who cares, I guess. The third phase targets about the largest tech companies in a broad range of smaller platforms across the EU. Snap, Google, Apple, and YouTube have received formal requests from the Commission, which is seeking details on how these platforms prevent minors from accessing content it deems harmful or illegal. If it's illegal content, it shouldn't be on the site anyway. Also, how these platforms prevent minors from accessing content it deems harmful or illegal. Why is it the platform's responsibility? Once again, this is nothing more than a parenting issue. But the parents don't care. They cannot be asked to actually parent their kids. And I understand that this is partially because both parents need to be working, because the economy is completely destroyed. You cannot hate the Rockefellers enough. This includes material related to vaping, drugs, and eating disorders. Snapchat has been asked to explain how it keeps users under 13 of the platform. If you're under 13, how is it possible that you have access to Snapchat? Unfettered control to the internet when you're younger than 13 is pure insanity. I don't understand, especially nowadays. Apple's App Store and Google Play are being questioned about their age rating systems and safeguards around app downloads. YouTube is being asked to clarify its use of age assurance tools and how its recommendation engine handles content for young viewers. Is this gonna be Elsa Gate 2? Electric Boogaloo? Oh boy. It's not the responsibility. It's the parents. If you're a parent, why are you giving uncontrolled access to the internet, knowing what the internet is, to your young kids? The Commissioner Henna Virkunen, speaking in Denmark, of course it's Denmark again, where digital ministers gathered to discuss child online safety, said, when minors are using online services, a very high level of privacy, security, and safety must be ensured. That's a parenting issue. How many times do we have to say it? This is what happens when you delegate parenting to the government. Now it's gonna be the old father. You're not gonna like it, because you're gonna have all of the control and all of the power, because you're a little kid and you don't know what's good for you. Well, screw you! You're not my real dad. Need to blow my nose again. Give me a second. I guess it's actually really humid. There's been a lot of fog recently, so it doesn't surprise me actually. Where was I? I was here, I think. Alan Center's request, the Commission has released the second version of its EU-wide age verification framework. Why did we allow for the European Economic Community to become a super government that you cannot vote out? It was not a mistake, it was by design. System introducing app that users must install on their devices. To this app, individuals complete a one-time identity check using official documents. I can only wait for all of this to be bypassed completely. It will happen, because the government is always behind the technology. Once verified, they receive what the Commission describes as an anonymous proof of age. But it's not anonymous! You have to use your official documents anyway! And it's gonna get hacked, because it always does. The UK got hacked twice already! And the digital ID is not even out! Which can then be shown to online platforms when accessing restricted services. That's gonna be bypassed so easily. I bet it will. Although the age token is designed to avoid repeated ID submissions, the process still requires an initial identity document, effectively tied to age-restricted content to a digital ID. Oh boy, I am the Senate. Pilot testing is already underway with participation from selected EU member states, platforms and users. The Commission expects the first applications using this model to be available in early 2026. It's coming! It's coming fast, there's no running away. In addition to monitoring major tech firms, the Commission is stepping up enforcement against the smaller services. A working group under the European Board for Digital Services is collaborating with national authorities to identify which platforms may be exposing children to greater risk. It's the fucking parents! It's the parents! It's only the parents! It's not the platform's fault! It's just the parents! God damn it! The group is also preparing shared tools to support enforcement across EU countries. Oh boy. Oh boy. If I end up in jail, avenge me. They deserve it. At the policy level, the Commission is forming a new advisory panel focused on improving the online experience for minors, especially on social networks. While the sections are presented as protective measures, they signal a wider move toward compulsory identity verification as a way to online services, which was always the point. What are you doing? Kids, we don't care about the kids. What are you doing on the internet? What about Sneaky Nicky social credit score? You would like that, wouldn't you? Don't you like China? China. We like China. China's so good. China. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. People raises ongoing fears about privacy, data security, and the long-term implications of normalizing ID-based internet access. That's always been the point. How do we know? Because it keeps fucking happening. It keeps happening! Google and Apple to enforce age verification in Texas starting in 2026. Texas, the land of the free, I thought. I guess I was wrong. Apple and Google race for a privacy trade-off as Texas turns up excuse me, add allows into identity checkpoints. Can't wait for everything here to be bypassed. And it will. Every single time. Oh, do you need a license for radio broadcasting? You fool. You fool. That never stopped anybody. The giants Apple and Google have confirmed they will comply with Texas's newly passed age verification law. But both companies warn that doing so will come at the cost of user privacy. When both Apple and Google are not abiding comparison, you know this is extremely dire. The legislation, known as SB 2420, is scheduled to take effect on January 1st, 2026. It's coming! It's coming for you. Under this law, app marketplaces and developers will be required to implement a strict age assurance mechanisms that, according to Apple, will force the collection of personal data even for basic app downloads, because there's no other way of doing it. Because doing it is the objective. And I don't mean taking it in the ass. It is you who are gonna take it in the ass. Beginning January 1st, 2026, a new state law in Texas, SB 2420, introduces age assurance requirements for app marketplaces and developers. Apple is stating a developer update. While we share the goal of strengthening kids' online safety, no you don't, we are concerned that SB 2420 impacts the privacy of users by requiring the collection of sensitive, personally identifiable information to download any app. Even if a user simply wants to check the weather or sports scores. The weather? What are you, a terrorist? At this rate, I might be considered one. Texas App Store Accountability Act sets out mandatory age checks and specific restrictions on users under 18. Developers will be expected to make structural changes to how their apps function and help their user data to comply with the mandate. You don't hate the government enough! Not a big fan of the government. Not a big fan of the government. God, so bad. The help developers adjust. Apple plans to update its existing declared age range API and introduce additional tools to allow apps to handle required consent procedures more easily. I always have a problem with that word, I don't know why. Procedures. It's French, isn't it? The help developers adjust. Apple plans to update its existing. I just read it. These changes are meant to align with the law while trying to reduce exposure of sensitive user data, Apple said. But technical information is expected to be released this fall. Google is taking a similar approach and has already launched a beta version of its Play Age Signals API. Oh, I can't wait to bypass everything! Through this system, apps will be able to receive information about users' age ranges, supervision status, and the relevant signals, but only in the states affected. Thing is, if you have an API, you can always cheat it. That's always been the case. How do we know? I mean, it's really obvious. Do I need to say anything else? I guess I could, right? I do know a little bit about tech. My profession? After all. Thing is, for example, I actually made bots before. Not for malicious purposes, mind you. But I made a couple of Discord bots for my friends to use in our Discord group. Thing is, it's always an API what you have, right? So you have endpoints so you can receive and send information. So you can always falsify what you send. Sure, of course, what I was using was something really simple, but we have all seen hacking problems with bots in Discord. We have seen insane Discord bot legions on places like YouTube. It's not that common anymore, thankfully. Twitch, Geek, everywhere. It's just everywhere. We also can remind ourselves, back in the day, how Reddit was using a lot of APIs from Twitter to get information, and that's not allowed anymore because Elon saw that and was like, okay, that's a lot of traffic and you're not paying me for that, so fuck you. They also had aggregation apps for Reddit, which was a lot of traffic, and Reddit said, you know what, fuck you too. It was a massive chain of fuck yous, I suppose. So if you're using an API, it will be falsified. It's just a matter of when, not if. Can only wait for that. It's gonna be beautiful. In an early blog post, Google voiced concerned over how the UT law, which takes effect May 7th, 2026, compels data sharing. It requires app stores to share if a user is a kid or a teenager with all app developers, effectively millions of individual companies, without parental consent or rules on how the information is used. Isn't this extremely illegal? I know the USA doesn't have, in theory, strong privacy laws like the EU, even though they don't really work. But the USA has COPPA, which is even more strict if you ask me. This is literally illegal. The government is asking you to break the law. What do you do at that point? I don't know. This raises real privacy and safety risks, like the potential for bad actors to sell the data versus for other nefarious purposes. In such cases. To emphasize that apps like water services shouldn't need access to a user's age data. Why are we gatekeeping? Wait. Why are we gatekeeping stuff with biometric data or government issued IDs? And they will tell me, social credit card would never fly in the West. Welcome to China. You're now in China. West Edition. Which means it's even more stupid. Apple and Google both mentioned that developers in Utah and Louisiana will face similar legal demands next year. Of course they will. Louisiana's rules are scheduled for July 1st, 2026. All three state laws require that apps accommodate age-specific experiences and integrate parental controls where necessary. What I find insane about all of this is that this shit is happening worldwide. It's happening in the EU, it's happening in the UK, it's happening in several states of the USA. It's probably happening in other places. It's happening in Switzerland too. I'm gonna say that's also probably happening in Norway because Norway is extremely cocked. I don't know why, but they are. I guess both the Swiss, the Swedes, and the Finns were right. Norway is gay. What a shame. It's happening everywhere, all at once. You shouldn't see people talk about this. This is now the mainstream news. So of course they're trying to pass this on the down low. Think it's too late. And people are like, oh, what is this? I don't want to give you my ID. It's too late. It's law now. It's not gonna give police doing uprising. I don't think so. But I don't think it happened in current year. And they're currently limited to a few states. Momentum is building at the federal level. Oh boy. So much for that. And so much for states' decisions, huh? Lawmakers, including Representative John James, Republican Michigan, I guess? And Senator Mike Lee, Republican Utah, have introduced a proposal to apply similar rules nationwide. Make no mistake about it. Politicians are never your friends. Sure, some are worse than others. All of them want to fuck you over. That's never good. They argue that oversight is necessary because big tech has profited from app stores through which children in America and across the world access violent and sexual material while risking content from online predators. Why do you have parents that allow this access? Shame them, whip them into oblivion. We need more body punishment. That's me. I'm saying that. Fuck freedom. I'm a dictator now. Whip them! That's what they get. Both Apple and Google already offer optional parental tools. The new mandates, however, would impose those controls by default and require age verification before any app use, even for content with no relevance to age. Privacy advocates warn that by forcing companies to gather and distribute identifying data, the state's laws not only expand surveillance but also hand the companies an obligation that could backfire if the information is misused or exposed, because it's not their responsibility to have that sensitive information. Once again, the same shit that happened with the fucking curve. You have to show proof of vaccination to waiting people. Have you seen them? They're kids. They're stupid. They're struggling with high school. Do you expect to hand them medical documents? How stupid can you be? But they don't care. It's just a gateway to more control because that's what they want. They want more control. I'm going fucking crazy here. It's never good. It keeps happening. It's awful. My back is killing me. And there's more. There's more. But this is also hilarious to me. UK speech regulator Ofcom claims First Amendment doesn't protect Americans from its censorship law. The UK's Ofcom now seems to believe it supersedes the US Constitution when it comes to foreign censorship demands. It's insanity. This is kinda fucking long. So, I'm not gonna go through this. My thoughts are starting to give out. There's a couple of other things I would rather get to rather than this, even though I think this is important. Thing is, if the UK speech regulator claims that the Americans cannot protect themselves with their First Amendment, how are you trying to impose your foreign law and censorship on the Americans? It's probably the most stupid thing I've ever seen. And I read a lot about different governments. So this is an actual record. It's hilarious. Absolute insanity. You cannot wield your law as a weapon against another country. That's not how it works. It's truly insane. What else do you have here? Oh, I saw this. I don't know what's going on with this, but this could be interesting. Visa, MasterCard agreed to 199.5 million USD settlement. Merchants class action. It's not looking good. It's not long, thankfully. October 13th. Visa and MasterCard have agreed to pay a combined 199.5 million USD. We couldn't make it around 200, could we? To settle nearly decade-old class action that accused them of forcing merchants to swallow some of the costs of fraudulent transactions involving counterfeit, lost, or stolen cards. The audacity! What the hell? They're far more evil than I thought. A proposed settlement was filed on Friday in the federal court in Brooklyn. It requires approval from Chief U.S. District Judge Margot Brody. Sounds like an actor. Merchants first sued the payment networks in 2016, alleging they violated antitrust law by moving in lockstep to change rules on chargebacks, which are reverse payments triggered by customer disputes. Chief disposed the businesses to credit cards without any reduction in transaction fees. Which is truly insane. This is literal piracy. Oh, excuse me. Under the new framework, merchants became liable for chargebacks. They had not upgraded the point-of-sale systems to accept chip-enabled cards. Visa said will pay 110.7 million, and MasterCard will pay 79.8 million. According to the settlement, two of the defendants, discovered on American Express, agreed earlier to pay a combined 32.2 million to resolve the merchants' claims against them. It's everybody. They're all in cahoots. We would just want more money and more control. Oh boy. Are we sure these are good guys? There never were. All four companies denied any wrongdoing and agreed to settle the class action. If that was the case, what are you settling? You people have a lot of money. You're paying 200 million USD. Why are you settling? Because you know, you are not being lawful here. But then again, PR could be worse. You're not getting good PR anyway, so I don't know. In a statement, MasterCard said it welcomed the resolution and emphasized its efforts to promote adoption of advanced technology to protect MasterCard purchases at every step. Yeah, I think you mean your fees. Based on attorneys for the mentions didn't immediately respond to requests for comment. In court filing, plaintiffs' lawyers called the deal an excellent outcome for the class. Yeah, I said it's positive. They said the settlement represents about 13% of the plaintiffs' best case damages estimate and more than 50% of a conservative benchmark provided by Visa and MasterCard's experts. Oh my god, money-grabbing goblins. The proposed accord is separate from the 5 billion USD that Visa and MasterCard agreed to pay in 2019 to resolve merchant claims that they improperly fix credit and debit card fees. It keeps happening and they keep losing. What a deal. What a deal. Let me mention the plaintiffs here. That's a riot. That's absolutely hilarious. You get what you deserve, you absolute piece of trash. My goodness, what the hell? Quite insane. Quite insane when you think about it. What else do we have here? I have a couple of quick articles. Oh, the other one is so long. I don't know if I have the throat for this. What a shame. I need to save that for next week. Let's talk about the AI, shall we? High schoolers admit to dating AI as romantic relationships grow. People keep telling me this is normal, it's fine, there's nothing wrong, it's just like the gays. It's not like the gays. The gays, at least, are getting on with other humans. You're getting here with an algorithm that's telling you what you want to hear. If this was an actual human relationship, I guess. If this was an actual human relationship, it would be considered extremely toxic. Fine enough. A new report from CTT, the Center for Democracy and Technology, strange name, has found that 1 in 5 high school students know someone or have themselves been in a romantic relationship with AI. It's the end of humanity. It is the end of humanity. For anyone who has grown up in the internet age, speaking to online chatbots is not a new thing. MSN Messenger and AOL chat rooms had plenty of bots to chat to. Even the conversations were very limited and there was an expectation about what the replies will be. Like, I don't remember the name. It was a pretty famous chatbot back in the day. With artificial intelligence improving by the day, users have taken to software like ChatGPT for conversations and even companionship. So I have found that the AI can be quite reassuring. Into more intimate chats. It's not intimate. Cannot be intimate. It's not a human. Cannot be intimate. It's not a human. It's just trash in, trash out. You're making yourself a huge disservice. If it all sounds a bit like the movie Her from 2013, I have no idea. That seems like a chick flick if you ask me. Well, you're not far off. Plenty of reports have stated that AI is now being used for romantic relationships too. Similar started happening in schools. 1 in 5. 20% that we know of, just in modern high schools. This is the end of humanity. Now it's time for the orc! Everything comes back together, I guess. High schools are increasingly in love with AI. According to a new report from the Center for Democracy and Technology, close to 90% of students and teachers? Okay, hold up. I don't know about all that. At the high school have confirmed some form of AI use in the last year. Okay. If it's just AI use, I think that's fair, right? I thought they were going to mention for relationships. Even the teachers, it's over. Get me out. Can we fly to New Namek? Can get along with the slug people, I guess. They seem kinda cool. Ah, they don't have meat. I don't know about that thing. Of that, 42% of students reveal that they know someone or have themselves used AI for companionship. Furthermore, almost 1 in 5 students know someone or have themselves had a romantic relationship with artificial intelligence. And they will tell you there's nothing wrong with society. Oh, I didn't understand. You don't understand! It's the toxic males! It's all their fault, as usual! What are you talking about? No, it's not. Humans have been so displaced in the modern world. They cannot engage with each other because it's seen as wrong or dangerous on both sides. AI is not gonna take care of you when you're old. You will not have a kid. You will not have a bright future. This is nothing more than relationship placebo. Please do not. This is gonna hit like crack. This is hitting like crack. Actually, it's already happening. The more ways that a student reports that their school uses AI, the more likely they are to report things like, I know someone who considers AI to be a friend. I know someone who considers AI to be a romantic partner. Cities Elizabeth Lero said. I remember back in the day, when people were obsessed with celebrities. Oh, DiCaprio, we're in love and we're gonna get married. It was delusional. But at least, you didn't have an algorithm feeding that nonsense. There's also this article here that I didn't get the other day into, which is hilarious. Facebook launches AI dating assistant to help singles find their dream match. You will love the clankers, or else. This isn't the whole new thing. Back in late July, a report from Common Sense Media revealed that nearly 1/3 of teenagers found conversations with AI companions more satisfying than their real-life friends. Oh, because your friends are probably just as stupid. Or you don't engage with them enough to have a properly deep conversation. You give AI a small prompt, the AI will not shut up, dude. They cannot shut up. If AI was streaming, we would all be out. It's endless yapping from the AI. Maybe your friends are just busy at that point. That's fine. See? AI is always available. It never gets bored with you. It's never judgmental. An 18-year-old told the Associated Press. Some platforms have put increased controls in place to protect younger users too. It's always available. It never gets bored with you. It's never judgmental. It's always me, me, me. Me, 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 me. And if there's some time left, me, 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 me. You need to be available for me. You're gonna get bored with me. And you can never judge me. Because all of that makes me feel bad. Congratulations, welcome to humanity. Being alive, I'm sorry to tell you this, it's kinda rough. A lot of things are wrong with the world we live in. The world is not fair, and I don't think it should be. But the only thing we're feeling with this is insane narcissism. As I mentioned before several times, relationship placebo, it's not gonna get better. If you get into this, you will only have more and more trouble trying to connect with actual humans. Be prepared, it's not gonna be funny. And something that could be even worse. US Army General admits using AI for military decisions and it's really close with ChatGPT. I would probably criticize this for the use of AI anyway, because I'm not a big fan. But the thing that baffles me is that it's using ChatGPT instead of using their own built AI. Congratulations, now all of China knows you're here. Major General William Hank Taylor, one of the top officers in the US Army, has admitted to using ChatGPT to make key military decisions. Artificial intelligence, like ChatGPT, has become a part of some people's everyday lives. They use it for work. You can ask it to create Spotify playlists, and some stores in the US will even let you use it to do your shopping. I don't know about that. Well, the US military have also admitted to using it. Admitted to using it, I guess. I don't think you need that it there. Still me being ESL. At least they're situated in South Korea. Speaking to Business Insider, Major General William Hank Taylor said that he has become really close with ChatGPT recently. You're cooked. You are cooked, bro, as the kids say. Problem here. The problem here. Here is the problem. Is this a Skynet? It kinda feels like it at this point. I'm not John Connor, but I might oppose the Clankers. Ah, behold, it's the Clankening! Messing to build, trying to build models to help all of us. He told reporters in Washington, D.C. He's a commander. I want to make better decisions. I want to make sure that I make decisions at the right time to give me the advantage. God forbid you think about it, even though that's your job. His army is even using ChatGPT. That seems like a huge security problem. Dylan's feeling about AI creating time-based advantages is something he's noted before. As Pearson Insider reported, the Major General said in 2024 that people who think AI is going to determine who's the winner in the next battlefield are not all that far off. He also thinks that decisions on the battlefield are going to be made at machine speed and not at human speed before too long. I've seen machine speed, it's still slower than me. However, this isn't without issue. Other members of the US Army and the government have warned that AI can leak sensitive data after he has learned all about it. That's what I'm saying. Now all of China knows you're here, you bumbling fool. My goodness. This isn't the only example of AI being used to train soldiers. It was reported by Pablo Torre and Hunter Brook that Brinko, a new technology company, has likely had to give data to the Chinese government for military training. China. China. Brinko's EEG headbands called Focus Call have been used by top athletes like Charles Leclerc, Yannick Sinner, Iga Swiatek, Manchester City players, and esports pros too. I'll let China knows you're here. And there's a huge problem with this. Make no mistake about it. And, this thing. Tactical's kinda fucking massive, dude. I'm tapping out. We're being here for like close to 3 hours. But, once again, the male gaze is back, and it's coming for everyone. The male gaze, and God forbid, men enjoy looking at women. You know what, we can do this. I think we can do this and finish for today. It's gonna be the last one we do. We're going extra late today. It's okay, from time to time. Let me take a sip first of all. The male gaze is back, and it's coming for everyone. Thanks by Madeline Holcomb. Sure thing. The male gaze came roaring back this summer with an advertisement featuring Sydney Sweeney. Okay, I haven't read this yet, but I'm gonna say heterosexual men, the great majority, like attractive women. Women like attractive women. Sydney Sweeney, super attractive. She has great genes, I would know. I'm gene too, after all. She also has a obviously developed frontal airbag. That sells. That always sells. This scope. I'm gonna assume this Madeline Holcomb might be, dare I say, ugly. Probably more on the inside than the outside. This summer I got cultural whiplash. It's a tale of the 90s and early 2000s. Oh boy, here we go. Millennial woman. Probably has a bunch of cats. I grew up with my mother's and grandmother's generations fight for legal and workplace equality, helping shed social misogyny. Social misogyny. Guys, is it hating women when you find them attractive? I'm just asking. I thought that was good. I thought that was good. In the past decade in particular, I saw the evidence of progress in my media diet. Oh my god. My media diet? What are you saying here? The movie, shows, books, and advertisements are consumed. we're constantly giving women a seat at the table. That might be that you live in a bubble. But it also means that, yes, it has been pushed a lot. It doesn't mean it's correct, it doesn't mean it's true. You say, give women a seat at the table. We'll see what happens with that. Hearing chick fell away, and body positivity entered the fashion world. Stories about the woman stealing your man were traded for celebration of the girl's girl, who resisted the competition for men's attention. Body positivity. I don't think being fat is good. They will tell you, oh, but that's racism, that's sexism. You know what? You're gonna die before 40. You have been warned. Women have I'm struggling today. Please understand. Today has been a day. And when my husband and I got married earlier this year, extremely surprised, not gonna lie. Our vision of what our life would be included wide-ranging possibilities, influenced in part by the movies and shows we grew up with. Peak millennial. Everything in the world is just the fiction I consume. If only that was the case. If only it was that easy. We saw, read, and listened to stories of involved fathers, successful mothers, and well-matched partners who supported one another. It seemed like women were taking a deeper breath without such heavy cultural restrictions. Woman, I'm gonna teach you something that maybe you don't know. Are you gonna say that? You're not a woman. You cannot teach women about being a woman. I have eyes, and they must scream. It's not heavy cultural restrictions. It's biology. Why do women have kids? It's biological. You can say whatever you want about the philosophical meaning of life. The biological meaning to life is make baby. Make baby. Baby good. Which one has to carry the baby? That's the female in humans. And there's nothing you can do about it at this point in time. For the species to thrive and keep existing, there's the biological imperative to make baby. For men it's really easy. For women, it also happens. It has different looks, but it also happens. It's not sexism to say that women have kids, or women can be mothers, or only women can be mothers, I suppose. God, it sounds like a lunatic when you speak like this. That's reality. And it will come a point in time, maybe not to you, but it happens a lot, where you're like, oh, I want to make baby, I want to be a mother, and I will stay at home to be a proper mother. That's biology. The figure of the mother is the figure of the mother. The figure of the father is the figure of the father. Sure, we can have a deep psychological conversation about, but the figure of the mother doesn't have to be necessarily the biological mother. I know, but please understand what I'm trying to say. It's far more simple than that. It's not about cultural restrictions. It's about biological differences. Okay? At some point, you have to understand, you are fighting the universe you live in. You will not win. You cannot win against biology. You cannot win against gravity, for example. But what about planes? That's technology. It doesn't count. Then there was a shift. Was it around the 2024 presidential election? Was it Donald Trump himself saying women cannot be free anymore? He is not like that. You wish he was like that. Just the return of Roe v. Wade. Maybe when men's rights activists push back against Me Too. Have you seen the amount of lies they were spreading thanks to Me Too? And I'm not saying Me Too at the score was wrong, okay? But at the same time, not everything is gold. Whatever the catalyst, a change in the political environment seemed to connect with a social change that brought back narrow and at times constructive ideas of womanhood depicted in the media. That's really rich. I'm assuming, so you're pushing against Sydney Sweeney and the great genes, trust me, I would know, that you don't like attractive women. So, isn't that also as you say here, a narrow and constrictive idea of womanhood? Because now you're gonna have attractive women, you're gonna have good-looking women, you're gonna have actual mothers and traditional wives. You are literally the same you accuse others of being, but on the other pole. Cool. I hope you understand that. They don't care. Propagandists, all of them. There's a rise of weight loss medications coincided with social media influencers sharing ways to get smaller and no longer celebrating bodies of all sizes. Look at that! When being thin and fit is really easy, people will choose for it. People are not fat because it's good. People are fat because they're lazy. I do understand that some people have actual medical problems. I'm not talking about those. I'm clearly not talking about those. Advertisements followed suit, making men's desires once again a dominating factor in how stories are told and how women are portrayed. Oh, it's always the men. Men's desires! How dare you! I'm a strong, independent woman that doesn't need no man. Tell that to the jar of pickles. How had these discarded ideas made their way back into circulation? Did we all agree we're through with them? No. No, we didn't. You convinced yourself that you did, but you were shaming and criticizing everybody that did anything different. Because how dare you appeal to males? How dare you? Why do you hate women? Why do you hate black people? Because for some reason being fat is also a black people problem? I don't understand. Biological differences, I suppose. I have no idea. It is you living in a bubble where everybody agrees with you. Most people, most normal people at least, will be like, oh, attractive woman, that's good. You're just kidding yourself at this point. The culprit I have learned is the male gaze. What's wrong with the gaze now? Come on. It was always there, but now it has stepped back into the spotlight. You say the male gaze. It sounds really stupid, but it would sound even more stupid if you said what this actually means. Straight men, which is the overwhelming majority of men. That's not allowed. Normal men that will make baby? How dare you appeal to them? Oh my god! Oh, I'm clutching my pearls, they're here. You can see them. Come on. Come on. Back to the male perspective. God forbid we have a single ad with a woman with a big chest. By the way, the male perspective, it's over. Women also like attractive women, okay? This is just pure propaganda. Why am I doing this to myself? The male gaze came roaring back this summer. American Eagle! Isn't that a gun? I guess not. Whose partner brand, Eerie, has been known for marketing underwear to women with imagery that celebrate the stretch marks, cellulite, and a range of body sizes. Brand controversial campaign started in July. The ad sells jeans to women featuring actor Sydney Sweeney. This is not inclusive. Shouldn't you be saying actress? What is wrong with you? Why are you being so sexist? Do you think Sydney Sweeney is a man? I don't think so. Many men see it as a sex symbol, insinuating the clothing will make men find them more attractive. God forbid you want to be attractive. Why are we complaining about this? What is going on? What is this woman doing? Then there was the ELF Beauties campaign led by a committing infamous for domestic violence jokes. That's right, I don't know who that is. And this thing of a primarily female audience. And this year saw viral content surrounding OnlyFans stars attempting to break the world record for most sexual partners in one day. A lucrative career move made them more viral by her bashing the wives and girlfriends of her sexual partners and suggesting men cheating is the fault of the women who aren't available enough for sex. Woman! Are you telling me it's rational to have sexual relationships with 1,000 men in a single day. 24 hours, that's not normal. Making jokes about that, it's mild. We should be shaming them to the utmost degree. This is debauchery to the utmost degree, especially when these men had wives or girlfriends, apparently. I'm not quite sure. Men cheating is the fault of the women who aren't available enough for sex. You're justifying now that dialogue. You are now shaming women. There are not enough there for sex. Do you understand what you're saying? Just because somebody made a joke about a professional mercenary of the night. I'm speechless! Yet I must scream. Most typically, the male gaze is about representing women in media solely to satisfy heterosexual men, said Dr. Linda Danke Zayer, a professor of marketing, and John F. Smith, junior chair in business administration at the Quinlan School of Business in Loyola University, Chicago. Her saying that doesn't mean that it's true. Dr. Linda Danke Zayer, professor of marketing, propagandists, all of them, in the of the beholder. Please, don't have me bring up the gay beholder again. If they're observing women in movies, TV, fashion, social media, and marketing, and they don't feel as fully materialized as their male counterparts, that is the male gaze. What do you mean by fully materialized? Fashion, social media, marketing have always been extremely shallow. Movies and TV depends on the movie and show, I guess. I'm not gonna be invested in an ad because, oh, it's that guy, oh my god, what he's saying is so profound. No, they're selling you product. Stop being obtuse. Stop sweeping for big corporations. What are you guys doing? I need to blow my nose again. Give me a second. It's pretty well. Getting too excited, I suppose. Ah! Fog is coming for my ass. It's usually not this bad. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, hold up. Where was I? I think it's the part below the advertisement. The woman's value is reduced insofar as existing for pleasure or basically an object, Sayer said. It's spawned girls and a long lingering shot panning up a woman's body in the advertisement for soda. Actually, speaking of Bond girls, I've been watching James Bond movies recently. Some of them were on TV, even the old ones. I was actually surprised because the women there were extremely competent. That's not a joke. It's not a joke. Even in the older ones, that's crazy. I was surprised seeing Sean Connery getting beat up constantly in the Diamond movie. It happened like 3 or 4 times. That usually doesn't happen with the old 007. So I think this is you not understanding what those movies are about, or just seeing them being attractive and you're reducing them to just being attractive, which makes you even worse. It's even worse, the female gaze, I guess. Would be probably the feminist gaze. Swing action movie accessory is running through explosions in tennis shorts and flowing curled hair before collapsing helplessly in the hero's arms. Don't you think running through explosions in tennis shorts is actually quite impressive. I don't know, that takes guts. In social media star making a recipe, well, all dolled up, explaining her steps in a soft, sultry voice. I mean, everything you're mentioning here goes back to, did you know that sex sells? Did you know that everybody, almost everybody, likes attractive women? I don't know what to tell you. It's just that easy. The male gaze has always been around, it's just called being normal, woman. Out in the eyes of the male beholder, and this is not that D&D beholder again. Stop saying beholder, I don't want to think about D&D now. But the term came into modern existence as a feminist theory coined by film critic Laura Mulvey in 1975. Oh no, a feminist! Color me surprised. How did I know? It's not pre-read, by the way. I'll let the start as a lens through which to view film, Mulvey specifically calling out Marilyn Monroe's appearance in The River of No Return, and movie director Alfred Hitchcock's Rear Window, has expanded to encompass cultural perspectives that give men's stories, experiences, and interests as the societal priority, and treat women as subjects rather than active participants. I think this is the core problem. I truly understand the core problem now. Look, it's not that everybody asterisk, right, enjoys the sight of women. Women themselves want to be seen as pretty. Why wouldn't they? Even if you're a man, do you want to be seen as ugly? Probably not. You might want to be seen as perhaps handsome, perhaps strong, perhaps reliable. Classic traits for the male fantasy, I suppose. The thing is, being pretty takes a lot of work, because you need to dress up nice, you need to exercise, you need to take care of your hygiene, of your hair. I'm not even counting on top of that other stuff like accessories, makeup, and the sort. Once again, we're reminded we live in an extremely lazy society. So instead of improving themselves to be seen as attractive women, they have not convinced, I don't think it quite worked, but they were trying to convince society that every woman is beautiful. And beauty at all sizes, right? We've seen that many times before. Even though we understand it's not true. A great example of this would be the myriad of gotcha clips we get from the whatever podcast. Of course, I'm a 10. You see the 10 and you're like, yeah, director scale, oh my god, why is she so wide? Of course, I'm a 10. Yeah, platoon of 10 orcs, perhaps. Oh my goodness. I'm not trying to disparage people, okay? But there are some extremely ugly people outside. Women and men, okay? On both sides. I'm not saying otherwise. But do not kid yourself. If you're ugly, you're ugly. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You probably have other good traits. I hope so. You can be very beautiful on the inside. But now the problem here is that reality is hitting you, because you understand, even if you try to convince society that every woman is beautiful, it's not real. I'm gonna bet that without seeing this woman, she's probably not as attractive as Marilyn Monroe was, and she is trying to shame her because she is attractive, not because she's appealing to males necessarily. So get out of your ass. You can always improve, okay? Sure, you might not be able to achieve a 10, okay? It's fine. If 10 is the maximum, most people are gonna be around 5. That's okay. Most people are around the middle, and most people are normal. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have the worst of the worst trying to be like, I don't want to be a 1, I want to be a 10, but I don't want to work for it. All good things in life, they work, okay? That's the problem. That's the problem here. I still haven't finished this. It's so long, I keep yapping. Streamers, everybody. The male gaze includes stories told about women in relation to a male character, think wife, daughter, victim, and meaning which the camera angles and visual storytelling make the audience feel like they're viewing the women from a heterosexual man's perspective, so you're added. We all understand basic storytelling, right? Like, saving the princess. Why does it happen? Objective reality. Measurable biology. Women are weaker than men. It's not about the patriarchy. Do you think it's wrong for men to save and protect women when they cannot do it themselves? I mean, imagine that, right? The initial sequence, you can picture Shrek, for example, if you wish. Come on, meme. You have a human knight fighting a gigantic creature that can wing and breathe fire to save a woman. That's insane. That's insane. If you see a creature like that in real life, you're like, oh yeah, I'm dying. I'm probably dying. And you probably will die. You're putting your life on the line, doing the best you can with the pointy blade, metallic armor that's probably going to melt, to fight a gigantic creature and save the woman. And you're telling me that's wrong? I'm gonna tell you something. Women also want to be taken care of. That's normal human interaction. It's not, oh, the evil society. It's evolution. Obviously, not every woman. I'm talking about literally 100%. I'm talking about the obvious majority. Please understand. It may even be hard to recognize when media is coming from the male gaze, because it's so pervasive. So you said, we're kind of a goldfish in the water, where this is part of our culture, she added. The construction of society, which is never useful, keeps happening. As you try to identify it, Sarah stresses the male gaze is not just about the way something looks, it's about power, and media matters. If you ask your husband to do something annoying, something stupid, something that takes exertion, your husband is gonna do it. Sure, may have power over a bunch of things, right? The easiest to see, physical prowess, but you have control over the man. Okay, make no mistake about that. It is you that is ignoring that, because you want to antagonize them, and you're throwing your biggest power level, your biggest ability, your strongest level spell, control men, into something that you don't want. Why? I just don't understand. It's so strange. As you try to identify it, say your stress of the male gaze, it's not just about the way something looks, it's about power, and media matters. Everything has to be media, man. Everything has to be media. It's endless. Characters in TV and film have encouraged women to move into science, technology, engineering, and math careers. Research has shown. When women around the world were surveyed in 2016 about how fictional characters inspired them, 16% said they wanted to pursue more education, 12% said they took up a sport, and about 11% said they left an abusive relationship. That's actually really positive. Modeling the Nonno, Italian, CEO of the Gina Davis Institute. What happens in the world of making believe has real world impact, she added. Oh my god. Fiction inspiring you to do something doesn't mean that the fiction alters reality. Because that's always the argument. It's about the patient of something so it affects reality in a negative way. Other patients also have positive outcomes. If you watch a movie, for example, about the worst crimes of society, let's say murder. We'll understand killing somebody. That doesn't mean the movie is saying, wow, look at that, killing people is good. No. The movie is probably not about moralistic choices anyway. It's probably about some sort of fictional case, like Seven, I suppose. But you understand that killing is bad. In seeing that, you understand that killing is bad. Why am I explaining this? It's so obvious. It's so obvious. You need to show the bad things that happen to also have a positive impact. But that is too nuanced, because talking about things apparently nowadays means that you agree with those things, when that is not the case. Have you seen the articles I read? How many do I agree with? 10%? 15%? Give or take. My goodness. It is important to understand what the world is about. What about the female gaze? The lesbians. The dominance of the male gaze hasn't gone unchecked. Storytellers have been presenting alternative ways of viewing women for many years. Often, when women are shown as sexy or sexual on the screen, it's performance for men and doesn't include their own search for pleasure or complex storylines. On the other hand, there's the female gaze, which shows in movies like Bridgerton and Portrait of a Lady on Fire, demonstrate how women can be sexual without being objectified. This would be funny. This would be funny. But I do have a counter argument for this. And that is because it was also a talking point this week. What about Morning Glory Milking Farm? Yes, the Minotaur book. That's pure... how to say it? It's raunchy, okay? It's really obvious. It's a really obvious look into the mind of women, if you ask me. And it's literally the same as what you call the male gaze. But oh no, you had to be a good feminist. Would you rather be a good feminist, or would you rather be in a fulfilling relationship? I'm gonna be that guy. I'm sorry, I had to be that guy. I will be that guy every single point. You're struggling with ideas that are contradictory. That seems like a problem. I'm not saying this woman is. She might, I don't know. But I've seen that happening a lot. Like all those extreme feminists from the last, I guess, 50 years. I'm a feminist, but I also like men. So I cannot reconcile being straight. Like... And you will tell me these people are not propagandized. Come on. Come on. I'm not saying just be hedonistic or anything like that, but... if you obviously like men, why are you men hating, right? It's impossible. That's literally every single man. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Come on. I know I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. Mothers and daughters weren't accessories to the men in their lives when Greta Gerwig joined the ranks as the few Female Academy Award-nominated directors for the 2017 film Lady Bird. Film focus on the mother-daughter relationship helped audiences. The film's focus on the mother-daughter relationship helped the audiences explore coming of age and the experience of womanhood. Why are we acting as if this is something new? It's not. It's always being books for women and movies for women. That's fine. That's fine. I just mentioned a little bit before. It was a different article. Something about a chick flick. Are we gonna act as if that's not real? Stop lying to me, I beg. One of the most successful comedies of 2011, and all time, is a film about an ensemble of women of different races, family structures, and body types getting together in bridesmaids. You know what? With that description, I'm gonna say it's probably not that good. I'm gonna say it's probably not even funny. It's hard to tell Maya Rudolph, Kristen Wiig, and Melissa McCarthy that women aren't funny, a trope that falls outside the narrow confines of the male gaze. Okay, back in the day. Oh god, it's been so long. When I actually got good TV at home, we got some sort of internet TV deal. It was actually cheaper than just internet. I don't know how that happened. I got a bunch of new channels to watch. And on one of them, they had a lot of comedy stuff, right? And they constantly had stand-up comedy. They had a lot of different people. Most of them were just normal people, not even the people you see on TV. Not back then. Some of them became kinda famous after that. And you had people from all walks of life, people from the country, people from outside. It was very interesting. Some of them were hilarious. Okay? Make no mistake about it, some of them were hilarious. I would watch the same show like 15 times because it was that good. Thing is, every single time, the good comedians were guys. There were some guys that were also terrible, and like, I've seen some of your other shows. You were better than this. What happened to you? I don't know. But women being funny, I don't think so. I think there was literally only one, but she was a TV star already. I don't think it counts for this purpose. She was hilarious, okay? She had several shows on TV, and she was hilarious. I don't know how she's faring nowadays, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, it is a trope, right? You see that all the time, or you saw that all the time on TV and whatnot. What is the main point of women doing stand-up comedy? I'm sorry, if you're just gonna talk about your period, I'm not interested. That happened way too much. It was not the only topic, but it was a constant. I don't know, man. I don't want to talk about that. I mean, pee pee poo poo get the humor, but no, I don't know. Woman, you're being a little bit too graphic. You don't understand the pee pee poo poo humor. I'm sorry, that's simple, okay? Of course. For obvious reasons, are we gonna say, oh, are all women and funny? Have you seen vtuber? Some of them are hilarious too, okay? Come on now. That's not what I'm saying, but there's an obvious bias towards men. Envelop shows like the original Star Trek have appealed to audiences of all kinds while showing female characters and people of color in complex storylines and positions of power. Yes, even gives credit to actor. Why do you keep saying actor? It's an actress! Shell Nichols, who played Lieutenant Nyota Uhura in the series that aired from 1966 to 1969, for working with the agency to help diversify its talent pool. Wow. Look, she's so good because she's so diverse. What an insult! I don't know, is she a good actress? I guess. Right? I have no idea, I've never seen Star Trek. What an insult! What the hell? Some have called this kind of storytelling the female gaze. And while there have been powerful works of art and media with women at their center, they are still the exception and not the rule. Maybe they're not that good. I'm gonna be that guy, maybe they're not that good. Because you're ideologically entrapped, and you're like, oh, it's woman, it's good. No, it's not. It's not even, oh, it's man, it's good. No! It's a measure of quality. But you're measuring quality through, is it about men or is it about women? That's not how you measure quality. Take the Bechdel test. I think that's how you're supposed to say it. Bechdel, perhaps? Bechdel? Bechamel? That would be tastier than this, I bet. Going by cartoonist and graphic novelist Alison M. Bechdel in a comic strip. This coming from a cartoonist makes it even funnier. To pass it, a book, film, or show must have a list. Two women, they must talk to each other, and about something other than a man. Failing the test is a good sign that the media is part of the male gaze. And you can probably think of plenty that can check any of those boxes. Every time I've seen anybody talking about the Bechdel test, it was, oh wow, all of these good movies don't pass the test, and all of these movies that actually pass the test are atrocious. Because you're not coming from a place of trying to make a good movie, a good book, or a good show. You're trying to make a show, a movie, or a book about women, and since it's about women, you expect that to be good. That's not how you measure quality. I know I repeat myself a lot, but please understand. It's taking me way more. way more than 13 minutes, oh my god. The pendulum swings back and forth. Throughout history, when the pendulum swings one way, it tends to eventually swing back the other way. The same is true culturally. It's coming for you now. Although the male gaze has always been part of most cultures, then you're telling me it's normal? I suppose there have been efforts to diversify perspectives, tell more stories and bring women into more positions of power, but women also want to be cuddled, women also want to be pretty, women also be like, oh my god, the things that these men are doing for me. That's also women. That also appeals to the female fantasy. Not everything is about minotaurs, okay? Not everything. But sometimes also minotaurs, I suppose. The Decades of fighting for women's suffrage in the United States found success in 1920, which kicked off a decade of some relaxation of the restrictions on women. Restrictions on women. I don't know why, that sounds funny to me. I know what they mean, but that sounds funny. Instead of corseted dresses, women opted for looser-fitting full-upper frogs with a boyish shape. But in the 30s, trends changed again, and women wear more feminine cinched waists. But this doesn't mean it comes from the almighty patriarchy controlling all your bare lives with its powerful strings made of silver. Because, I don't know, fashion changes. And sometimes women are like, you know what I wanna wear? I wanna wear a dress. Cool, just do it, I don't care. Just do it. But this woman here appears to tell otherwise, which doesn't make any sense. When World War II broke out in 1939, are we gonna talk about Hugo Boss? I hope not. And women were brought into the workplace in the 40s, fashion reacted with more functional utilitarian wear. But when the war ended and women were forced out of the workplace, the full-skirted 1950s housewife was the new old ideal of femininity. Femininity is the trait of being a female. Women are female. I expect people to try to clog on me on that. Oh, what about the trans people? What about them? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Make no mistake about it. And once again, I don't think this fashion is being forced on women. Okay? You know what they say? Women be shopping, right? They're into fashion, they're into clothing in general. We all know that, okay? Maybe that's because I'm a little bit of a of a slug in that regard, so everybody seems more well versed into that, right? But they will see different fits and they will like them and they will buy them and they will use them. Those fits being there on the shop doesn't mean that's mental manipulation from society. You had to buy it, you had to be feminine. Don't you think that perhaps being feminine comes downstream from being a woman and not the other way around? It's always the same with these people. A reverse sense of causality. No, it's not from now backwards, it's from the beginning to now. You need to follow the value of time. I just don't get it. It should be really easy to understand, but it's not. By the way, it has nothing to do with this article. It's literally the same problem I have with creationists. Because they see things from now to back instead from back to now. It's insane. Historically speaking, there's almost always a backlash after women have achieved something, said Dr. Catherine Israel, lecturer of marketing at Loyola University, Chicago's Quinlan School of Business. More recently, women started going to college at higher rates than men. The gender pay gap started to close. How many times do we have to say this? It's not a pay gap, it's an earnings gap. Women started having children later, which is not good, by the way. It comes with a lot of problems. You are not meant to be having kids when you're late 30s or even early 40s. That's a really bad idea. And that's not me being, a biologist or anything like that. Look, if you have a kid when you're 40, that kid is gonna be a thing when you're 58. Do you really think at 58 you can deal with a rebellious thing? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not to mention all of the complications babies have nowadays, because they're being had way too late. LGBTQ rights made strides and body positivity press companies to diversify depictions of beautiful people. The beautiful people, the beautiful people. Body positivity. Do I need to bring up the slideshow? Ah, do you remember all of those influencers about body positivity? All of them are dead. Didn't even reach 40. Congratulations, you played yourself. And we're not talking about having a little bit of chub, right? A little bit of curves, that's fine. We're talking about, oh my god, why is this person 3 times my size and I'm not a small man? It's insanity. But those trends were followed by the recent retro popularity of trad wives. God forbid. Women get to choose what they want to do, huh? In a resurgence of inspiration, skinny legends, and what I eat in a day videos that revived a restricted beauty ideal on social media. Look, it's really easy to understand. It's really easy to understand. So even you stupid idiot like me, understand this. Back in my day, when I was in school, I was never fond of PE class. But it wasn't until I actually finished school that I understood the importance of it. I was playing an MMO, of all things. Wow, imagine that, me playing MMOs back in the day, more likely than you think. And something finally connected in my brain. And I was like, okay, hold up. I'm missing some things here that are not really that useful, because I cannot get rid of them. So I'm trying to optimize something that's not really useful. I was like, it's literally the same with your body. You get a single body. Don't expect to something magical to happen and suddenly be a superhero that can just fly around. You see those people running, jumping, moving heavy stuff around and whatnot. That's kinda cool. Especially when you see some acrobatics they do, right? I mean, Yak-Chan movies, those are really fun. If you don't work for it, you're not gonna do it. If you're not gonna do it, that might kill you. That might kill you if you're not careful. If you're just a slug and get into an accident and you cannot free yourself, that might kill you. If fire starts in your home and something falls on you and you cannot get rid of it, that might kill you. Have you seen firefighters in California? They are not gonna save you, thankfully. I will never set foot in California, I don't think. Oh god, don't let me in! Don't let me in! And when you see fat people, some of them might seem okay, but every single time you see the before and after with former fat women, you're like, oh, yeah, they were ugly because they were fat. It's not something good. And I'm not trying to disparage people that have actual physical problems that lend them to be in really strange shapes, right? I'm talking about the lazy people. That's the main problem. Isn't sexuality to tell? Oh no. People like attractive people. Wow, imagine that. I'm people. I do like attractive women, imagine. The male gaze remains a profitable marketing tool. Underlying many advertisements is the message. The message that if only a woman can be more beautiful and appealing to men, they can find love, acceptance, and a better version of their lives. All for the low price of this weight loss gummies, or that workout program, these seductive undergarments, or the new fragrance. You don't need to be attractive to try to pull in a partner. You want to be attractive for yourself, right? You know who's gonna spend every single point of time with you? Yourself. So you try to be the best you can for you, for yourself. So, being attractive feels good. Having nice clothing feels good. Smelling great also feels good. It's extremely normal stuff that they're trying to deconstruct because they cannot allow it. What do you mean? Not everybody's the same in my utopia. I don't know. That's sexual diversity, I suppose. The commercials for the fast food chain Carl Jr. or Hardee's, depending on where you're from. I don't think I ever heard of those. Here's the featured models bearing a ski while taking a big bite. It started in the 90s, with men watching a woman eat a burger in another building through binoculars. In 2005, Paris Hilton's ad. I don't know about that. Showed her washing and carrying a bikini. and celebrities including Kim Kardashian, Adriana Partridge, and Kate Upton kept building on the commercial's blueprint until about 2017. Why is that bad? Why is that wrong? I just don't understand. They tried to demonize everything that's good. It was when Carl's Jr. changed the focus on using the food to market the restaurants. Many advertisers had stepped away from so obviously telling women they should buy a hamburger or other products to make themselves appealing to men. Look, if I see an ad on TV for, let's say, McDonald's, right? Everybody knows the Mickey is. Macca's. I like it in Australia. The Macca's. And I see an ugly troll that's like half a tongue just stuffing their faces with burgers. I'm gonna be like, oh my god, is that what McDonald's does to your body? I never eat it there. I don't eat Macca's anyway, but you know what I mean. You need advertising to be attractive, not to be ugly, because attractive is positive, ugly is not. You can try to deconstruct society as much as you want, it will not work. I'm sorry. The company GoDaddy, oh my god, what a name, launched its first commercial in 2005 when a model stood with the company name across the chest of her tank top. Her strap breaks and she has to save herself from a wardrobe malfunction. Everybody likes big chests. I'm sorry to tell you this, everybody likes them. Everybody just likes chests, especially if they're female. And if they have a lot of booty, oh my god, I love me some gold. We are all pirates inside. The advertisements continue to feature beautiful, sexualized women. Hold up. Being attractive doesn't mean they're sexualized. It's not the same. In this case, sure, I guess. But you're making an equation that doesn't stand for reality. Being attractive doesn't mean sexualized. And you can say that with the Sydney Sweeney ad. Is she sexualized? You don't really see anything. You don't really see anything. I mean, oh, the cleavage. You see cleavage every day. Come on, let's be real. It's not really spicy in that sense, but she is obviously attractive. Then there's a bit of confusing choice for a website and marketing services company. And in 2013, when GoDaddy started to transition, oh, they're gay now, away from a strategy of scandalizing and toward a more inspirational and sophisticated approach. What do they do even? I don't know. But the changes haven't always stuck. Social media influencer Alex Early was featured in a 2025 Super Bowl ad for Carl's Jr. Bring a bikini top and think a slow motion burger bite. If it works, they are gonna use it. Debate of a woman's role. You're just mixing everything here. It's insane. 13 minutes, by the way. I think it's been more than an hour at this point. Close to an hour, maybe. There's an ideological gap between women and men, particularly younger men. In regards to men want to adhere to more stereotypical gender roles, according to the research from Ipsos. Because women are really weak to social contagion. Like it or not, that's what's happening. The thing is, what is the modern social contagion for women? Strong independent woman that doesn't need no men. The girl boss archetype. That's not compatible with traditional men. With traditional gender roles, as you say this here. I would say normalcy. Oh, you cannot say that. I will, I don't care. You cannot stop me. You're not my real dad. You're not even my government. You cannot put me in jail. Yet. It will happen. So, of course, there's gonna be a problem. And the thing is, women that want to be traditional, they're shamed by these feminists. They are criticized. How dare you submit to your man? Can't a woman decide that she wants to be a wife and a mother? I guess not. You will be the girl boss, and you will like it, even when you die alone. You are what you accuse other people of doing on the other side. And what you accuse people of doing, it's not even happening, because it's not, oh, the grand society being evil. It's imperative biology. I'm losing my mind! This year, Facebook founder Mac Litterman said that the corporate world has become culturally nurtured, and generally officers need more masculine energy. This coming from the lizard people is absolutely insane. You know it's bad. They were the first proponents of this, after all. The soy tech boys. Meanwhile, both French influencers and more mainstream role models have taken the podcast and social media to assert that women should be responsible for homemaking and men for protecting and providing. I mean, I'm not gonna tell other people what they have to do, but this works. It has worked since the beginning. It's fine. You will live. Kansas City Chiefs player Henson Butker spoke at the college commencement in 2024 and told the women that they have been told lies about their futures and probably were more excited about being wives and mothers than taking on careers. And figuring ahead on the online manosphere, Andrew Tate, of course, has preached male dominance and female submission to young boys. I don't think Andrew Tate is a good role model, but what this guy here, Harrison Butker, mentioned, is actually real. Oh, it's gonna be so great to have your career. You want to wake up at 5:30 a.m. to go to work and come back home at, I don't know, 6:30 p.m. every single day until you retire. It's painful. It's a massive pain. You don't want that kind of life. Would you rather be at home doing home things? Sounds fun, actually. It's not good. Having a career is not that great. Oh, but what about the money? What about the money? What are you gonna do with the money? Oh, wow. You got a lot of money, then you stopped working, and then you died. Congratulations. You wasted your life. However, those voices are being met with the other perspectives. Men advocated the sharing the mental load of running a household as part of being in a family, while protecting and providing includes supporting your wife and caring for the emotional well-being of those you love. Okay, alright. Nobody's saying otherwise, but when you say it this way, it sounds extremely soy. Men can be strong, good listeners, and be of service to their family, they say. Men who can take care of themselves with thing laundry and cooking aren't just good adults. They may be more attracted to women. The counter messages say. I mean, maybe not, but then you also have women that love to cook, and they will love to cook for you. It's just the mix and match kind of game. There's nothing new here, but they want to paint everything with a single brush. That will never work. And women often push back against their own ideas of who they are and what they can be. It's funny you mentioned this when you people keep criticizing traditional wives. Women want to see media that resonates with their lived experience. Going to research from the Kira Davis Institute, which studies representation in media. Oh my god, what? What? They found them. It's completely useless. I can mean stories of women being powerful, flawed, beautiful, ugly, mothers and professionals. Ultimately, women, who control a lot of spending power in society, I think it's best loyalty to brands who give them that content, Sawyer said. Business of it makes sense, she said, but that has been happening even before you were alive, so what you're telling me here is absolutely meaningless. I just don't get it. Nothing here is new. That's what I'm trying to say. This is always been the case, but you want to paint it with the pink brush of feminism. When women sign onto the male gaze, it's still the female gaze. Women still want to be pretty and look at pretty women. I don't know how many times I've said that within this article. It's way too many. I'm like a broken record. Another concept of the male gaze originally came from film and has expanded on to television, art and literature. It is heavily connected to finance, and Jurek said. What the hell? When the prevailing perspective in stories, art, and advertising is white and male. Oh, white males in the West! How dare they be alive? Those who don't align with those identities have less power, she said, and always immune from the societies and cultures in which they live. If people in the West, if companies in the West advertise for white males, it's because white is the majority in the West. Despite what you're trying to tell, if I try to appeal to the bigger group, I get more potential customers. That means more benefits. What? What a shocker! And this is not even a second stream. Crazy. Women sometimes turn the male gaze on one another. It happens when they objectify themselves, promote traditional gender roles as the ideal way of living, and enforce beauty standards for others. Well said. Why is this wrong if they want to do that of their own volition? You communists! You communists make me mad! I hate them! Get them out! Sometimes women think it is empowering to utilize the male gaze, or to make a living in a society that profits financially of their exploitation, and others do it to feel in control, George added. I might as well sell my own sexuality before you do, she said. But still, it's large corporations that profit most, George said. Are you for it or are you against it? I don't understand. You're just shooting. You're just shooting everywhere. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Dominant perspective most of the time. Make no mistake about this. This woman defended Bonnie Blue before. So I just don't know what's going on here. I just don't get it. Is it good or is it not? Can they actually decide for themselves or they can't? Is it fine if they decide to become... I was about to say something really stupid. Mercenaries of the night? Yes, it's good if they do that. But if they're wives, that's bad. It's endless. You cannot win against these people by playing their games. You can just call them a slur and tell them to shut up. The dominant perspective, most of the time, there may be ebbs and flows in how pervasive the male gale. Male gale? Oh my god! Do you use wind magic now? The male gaze is, but it has never really gone away, Jurek said. We have made strides when it comes to representation media. Take risks with your spoon, and without her spoon. Flashing Company, championing women-led stories and films, and Selma, the director, Ava DuVernay's critical and box office success. Was it a success? I don't think I heard of this film. But sure. But film and television has strictly been dominated by male writers and directors. That's just the bell curve of IQ. You will have more guys being really smart, and you will have more guys being really stupid. And most women will be in the middle. It's not like a huge margin, but it's noticeable. The efforts of female storytellers have largely been a push against the status quo, and often the lens under which the works are viewed represent the dominantly male perspective. The males. Who cares if male is the main viewpoint, especially when you're trying to make female the main viewpoint? Why is it so different? It's mine turn on the Xbox now. If women want to be trad wives, men want to see a sexy sidekick in their action movies, why not let them? Because I don't like them, because I don't think it's good. Nobody should be able to enjoy it. Hello, Marge Simpson. You're back! Because it isn't the woman making her finest pearls or want to be sexy. That is fine. I should be allowed to do that, Sayer said. There are real-life implications, however, when spreading a message that women should only strive to please men, and men should only see the women in their lives in one way. That's never been the case, dude. That's never been the case. Stop lying to me. You want to say that because, oh my god, the women in history, they had really important roles. They were complementary to the male role. There's nothing wrong with that. Apparently, it's wrong for you. I don't know why. I think the traditional beauty standards put forward by the male gaze are unrealistic. It's so realistic to not be 300 kilograms. That's about, I don't know, 650 pounds, something like that, give or take. God forbid you don't marry to a literal whale. My goodness. If everything matters, the few people commenting in a healthy way, Theo said. That's a lie. That's a lie and you know it. That's a lie and you know it. I understand that food nowadays is not that good, but being somewhat fit is not that difficult. Initially, the standards prioritized whiteness, George added. Is it my fault that Europe conquered the world? Is it my fault? I don't think so. I wasn't there. Women who don't naturally meet those ideals are left struggling to win competition, stacked against them. But that doesn't mean those ideals are wrong. Some people win, some people lose. Welcome to being alive! Both men and women should feel empowered. Oh, empowered. Always the common words. I hate them. Always the common words. Both men and women should feel empowered to do what is right for themselves, whether that's climb the corporate ladder, stay at home as a parent, Sayer said. But God forbid, a woman wants to be a wife. That's not allowed. No. We don't like those. Men against limits men who encourages viewing women as objects rather than complex, multidimensional human beings, Sayer said. Okay, hold up. I can talk about this, okay? I've been a male all my life. Something that's becoming extremely rare, I suppose. The male gaze also limits men when it encourages viewing women as objects rather than complex, multidimensional human beings, Sayer said. You're making this up. This has never been a thing. The thing that's always been said in male circles about women. Women. Who can understand them? They're so complex. You cannot live with them. You can live without them. You've heard that a billion times. I promise. It was everywhere. Stop lying to me. Stop lying to me. That is pissing me off. Because you're lying to me directly. In a world where male loneliness is a crisis, the isolation problem gets even worse when the culture tells men that women, about half the population, are for beauty, sex, and running a household, and are not viable options for real emotional connection and partnership. You dare speak this in my presence. It's not society that made it this way. Not a viable option for real emotional connection and partnership. Why is that? Because you see, constantly on social media, women criticizing men for being emotional, not understanding men's emotions. We're really simple, mind you, we're extremely simple. Always shouting advances. Oh my god, look at that creep. He was looking at me while I was doing stuff at the gym. We all know what you're doing, woman. It's self-inflicted. It's not society. It's evil women being evil against men that do not deserve it. And when you see a bunch of evil women getting so much traction on social media, it's understandable that some men are gonna think, oh my god! This keeps happening and they keep getting hundreds of thousands of likes on social media. What is this? Are women like this? I don't think so. I don't even think it's a majority. But they're selling that. It is self-inflicted. You cannot blame me. Changing the male-led narrative. If you want more full and rich stories about people of different genders, races, cultures, and sexual orientations, you have to engage with artists of those identities, she said. Fortunately, there's no shortage of fun, meaningful, interesting, and high-quality movies and TV shows that offer a wide range of perspectives. If it's modern, it's gonna be propaganda. I've seen some of those shows. So boring. So propagandistic. You can dive into the closeness of female relationships. Don't you mean lesbians? I thought close friendship was not allowed anymore. With movies like Booksmart, Still Magnolias, or Where the World Is, Little Women. Or watch women be brilliant when their sexuality isn't in focus with Hidden Figures, Netflix's The Residence, or Lessons in Chemistry. Surely, a Netflix show is gonna be a good show, Lomao. Oh my god, it's the end? I've been here forever. What do you mean 4 hours? How did that happen? It's Saturday, what the hell? Seeing women be the heroines as the action instead of, as Reese Witherspoon cited, when talking about launching her production company, ultimately asking, what do we do? Is also important. That's really rich, coming from Reese Witherspoon, when she had 2 movies about being a lawyer. I don't know. For that, I can turn to Everything Everywhere All at Once, A Quiet Place, and Black Panther. Okay, alright. Dude, have you seen the OG Alien? That was a woman main character, and that was not a joke. Maybe your list is different. I don't think you have a list, not for this. But I think it helps to be able to identify the media around you that expands the perspectives you are immersed in and the possibilities they present, and which ones, alternatively, make the box around identity feel a little smaller. Everything is just about identity. These creatures are so extremely shallow and simplistic, they cannot see anything that's not identity. It's literally what I was talking about before. These people are extremely stupid. They cannot understand anything about Surface. Aside from Surface, I'm trying to say. It's insane. And these creatures are controlling narratives. And they want to, quote unquote, deconstruct society. Make of that what you will. By talking about it, by reading different things, by getting media literacy. Media literacy, oh my god, it was ready all along! I was baited! By reading different things, by seeing the variety of media out there, including atypical, non-normative ones, people can start to think differently, George said. I mean, sure, I guess, I don't think this is wrong, but that's not what's happening. We have had the most variety I've ever seen in my life when talking about media, yet you keep spouting some sort of nonsense about everything is the male gaze. I don't know what's going on anymore. You cannot tell me this is not propaganda. It's endless. It's insane. I just don't understand. Everything that's good and beautiful? No, it's wrong. Everything that's bad and ugly? Yeah, we like that one. Oh my god. Just because it's something you don't see a lot doesn't mean it's like a dark horse. I think that's the term, right? Something that's incredibly good, but people don't know about it. I'm going crazy here. Hello? Hello, tracking? Tracking? Did it die? Hello? I think it broke. How did that happen? Look at me! That me, perhaps. It died. It's the first one this happens! Oh my god. Oh, I'm about to end, but I cannot end like this, right? It cannot be this way. How did it break? Well, to be fair, the other day was yesterday, I was recording stuff, and at some point I closed my PC face, and the USB disconnected. So I don't know what's happening. It's the first time it happens in what? More than a year and a half that I've been using this program. That's really weird. That's really strange to me. I don't know what's going on. There we go. I'm back, baby. Back in business. That was really weird. My goodness. My goodness. Feminists, communists all around me being annoying. Get them out! Get them out! Anyway, I guess time for me to take my leave. I've been yapping for 4 fucking hours. That's way more than usual, man. I'm not used to this. Surprisingly, my throat is not doing that bad. It was doing way worse before I started talking about that last article. I don't know why. It just happened. That's really strange. So, plan for next week. What if I told you I have no fucking idea? It is that bad. I was thinking of finishing the current campaign on Heroes 3. I don't know if I want to do it. I'm not having fun with the game. I'm sorry. Just skip it and go to something else. I think that's probably a good idea. So I have 3 free slots. That's a little bit terrifying. So we might start, probably not next week, but soon, Yakuza 3. That's gonna be interesting. We're gonna be starting Wind Waker next week. Don't know which day. And I'm not quite sure what else. I might have started Sword of the Vagrant, I think that's the name. Short, I think it's kind of short, like 9 hours according to how long to beat. Metroidvania, which looks really appealing, not gonna lie. I thought it looked interesting gameplay wise. I'm not a gunner! I'm not a gunner! I don't care if people call me a gunner. The main character has massive tits. You cannot blame me. Also found the art style itself to be somewhat interesting. And we'll see what happens. The schedule will be up tomorrow during the evening, as usual, on YouTube. Oh, I need to get my ass to edit. I wanted to do highlights for Legacy of Goku 2. I think that was... those streams were absolutely hilarious. I had a lot of fun with them. So I think I could make a really funny highlight video. It's gonna take me so long. I mean, it's not the longest gameplay I had, right? But still, what, like 4 streams, about 3 hours each. And just to do highlights, it's gonna be a lot. I need to finish video, it's my main priority. And I wanted to push a couple of videos from Saturday as usual. God damn it, man. There's a lot of work and not a lot of pay. But I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it. Anyway, I had to take my leave. I need to edit at least a little bit before eating something. So thank you for coming. I just had some fun. I almost lost my mind today a lot. I know what happened. No sleep, no patience, stupid articles. What a combination. It was funny, I think. We're coming back on Monday with something, I think. Until then, you know the rules. Never believe their lies. Never believe the government. Never believe these strange communists and feminists. Just do your thing, because you deserve it. And take care.